to them as righteousness. Bless them. Multiply their impact over the earth. May they not regret ever serving you. In Jesus' name we pray. Somebody praise the Lord. Can we shout hallelujah? Please welcome somebody next to you. Welcome 2, 3 people. Tell them you're welcome. You're welcome. Smile at somebody. You're welcome. Huh? All right, please, let's be seated. Let's be seated. A wonderful opportunity came up during the week. Our main speaker is here. She's already seated. She was on time. And she's ready to take us. We are going to have enough time with her. But before she comes up, some other person is going to come and speak to us for 20 minutes. We were informed by the pastorate of an opportunity by a team from Google who want to inform us and make us aware of some of the benefits of Google as it applies to us. There are many benefits, but there's a particular area he's going to be speaking to us about. So from TechPoint, who are representing Google in Nigeria, is Mr. Sunday Afariogun. Can we put hands together for him, please? So he's going to be sharing with us.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, my name is Sunday, as you have said, but I'm from Tech Plus, not Tech Point. All right. So I'm here representing Google, but I work for Tech Plus. I'll just give us, while we wait for the slide, I'll give us like a brief introduction to what we do. Tech Plus is a platform that enables social change, tech inclusion, through social changes. And what we do basically is we do event consultancy, create content, all to sensitize and create inclusion, because we all know this age is a very fast-moving age. We're in the 4th industrial revolution, and then everything is moving fast. So we're doing this on behalf of Google, and we're here to teach families, parents on how to be safe online, because online safety is a very big issue right now. So I'm going to be asking us, what do we know about being safe online and stuff? Can anybody? Because I want this to be an interactive class, and we have just 20 minutes and about 70-something slides to run through, so we have to be fast. So, introduction to online safety is just teaching us how to be safe online. Can we? All right. Yeah, this is showing us the percentage of people who are online. Right now, we have about 42% of the old world uses the internet. And then about 72% of that 42% are between the age of 15 to 24. That says a lot about the young people are the one who uses the internet. Next slide, please. So, for us, what do we do online? What do our children do online? Because this slide is targeted towards parents and how to be safe online. So, most of them will do the assignment, to do gaming, they download stuff online. But then we need to be sure they are safe at what they do. As you can see here, 64% of them chat online, they watch videos and stuff like that. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Also, I think I've talked about this. It's an amazing thing to be online. It's an amazing thing for them to actually use the internet, which is understanding the internet, using the homework, do research, and also create and upload content. But then we need to also guard them from the dangers of doing that. Next slide, please. So what are our biggest concern in keeping our children safe online? Can somebody just tell me one? If you're a parent, you have a child, what's your biggest concern, please?
I'm not a parent.
All right, anybody? Okay. I'll just move forward. There are some cyberbullying, an example. There's also grooming. Next slide, please. So, like I said, I'm sure we all have these concerns, but then we are not alone. Parents need to be more involved in their education. Some people say my children are more tech savvy than I am. People can pretend to be anybody online. That's why I said grooming. As long as we go, I'll explain what grooming means and how we need to shield our children from that. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. So, agenda, that's what we'll be learning today is setting ground rules for family. We'll be discovering how to manage family and content and also protect our family while they are online. Next slide. So, setting ground rules. Next slide, please. So, we'll be teaching us what kind of ground rules to be set for our children now while they are online. And I would like us to know and take note that while setting these ground rules, we shouldn't make them feel like if we're punishing the kids. Because we need to make them understand why we're doing all this for them to understand what we're telling them not to do. Because the moment you start using force on your kids, they start getting rebellious. And that's not what we want. Next slide. So the first thing we'll be learning is how to set screen time. That's boundaries around screen times. And also creating family rules around what they share while they are online. Next slide, please. Next slide. Please, next slide, please. So, in terms of what they are sharing online, we need to let them know the positive impact and also the negative impact. Positive impact being they need the internet to do their assignment and also to connect with friends and family. And then negative impact is it affects their sleeping and also spend less time outdoors, which is bad for them. As much as we want them to spend more time online in learning and stuff, they also need to spend time online with people, actual people, so they can be socially, they can have a good social skills and not just be inside using their phone all the time. And also the effect of having to spend too much time on phone at night is our phones have this blue light, and then as kids growing up, this light affects their brain in terms of it's tricking their brains. Once it's night, it's still telling them it's still day, they can still stay awake, and when they do this prolongedly, they start getting insomnia and can't sleep at the proper time. Please, next slide. So we're going to be introducing us to a feature on our phones called the Family Link. This feature is what we can use to monitor what our kids are doing, even though we are not around at that particular time. So you'll be able to know what your kids are doing online, what site they are visiting, what apps they are using. All you just need to do is set up a Google account for them as minors, and then you link that to your own email as the adult, as the parent. Thereby, you're able to lock their screen when you want to. So when you tell them you have 8 to 9 phone and 10 to 11 your assignment, and then you sleep by, let's say, whatever time you've set, you can easily do that and then lock their phone once that time is set, you lock their phone. You can do it automatically, or you can also do it remotely. Probably you are not at home, you are traveled. You can lock their phone whenever you feel they should not be using their phone. Next slide, please. So like I've said, setting screen time for them. You can set daily screen time, set bedtime time, set app limits, grant bonus time, and then lock your child's device remotely. I've said those. Next slide, please. So how would you talk to your children about this? As mentioned earlier, don't make it feel as if it's a punishment, because you're not really punishing them. So you need to talk to them about balancing their homework with social media. If your child only wants to spend time online, talk to them. It's not the right way, because they need to spend time with people, with family, with friends, and then also make them keep the positive attitude towards setting the screen time. Next slide, please. So the kind of discussion you should have with them, with the children, so as not for them to see it as punishment, is that they have to be present, they have to stay focused, and then you need to control the screen time. Next thing we'll be talking about is sharing. So what do we share? What do they share online? Oversharing is not good for them. So next slide, please. So we need to let them know that once they are sharing, they are creating something called digital footprint. So we need to teach them about that. We need to teach them about minimizing comparison, because everybody posts online when it is rosy. They don't post when it's difficult. They don't post when they are working hard. They only post the end result when they are enjoying their life, posting great pictures and stuff like that. And also teach them about sharing, and then discuss about positive content sharing also, and also desisting from harassment. So next slide, please. So I'm trying to rush through this, and this is also teaching them about exposing them to content online, which is image of violence, pornographic materials, sites encouraging crimes, gambling sites, unmoderated chats, content swearing, and stuff like that. This you can curtail by the family link, which is you setting, what's it called? You're setting, there's this content settings in which you can set what kind of content which you will use. If your child is 5 to 10, you set this content to 5 to 10 years old. So next slide, please. We'll see how that can be done. So through your smartphone settings, you can actually set what kind of content you want your children to be exposed to. That's through the parental control. Next slide, please. So still talking about the family link and how to set content restriction. Next slide, please. So by the time we go through this on our phones, if you have Android phones, you have your iPhones, you can easily go through this. They're very easy to set. Next slide, please. So I'm talking about this. We have kids, and then we know there's YouTube. But right now there's something called YouTube Kids, which you can allow them use. These already have curated content towards kids. You are sure that your kids is not exposed to what you don't want them to be exposed to. Next slide. Also, while they use the normal YouTube, there's also a way to set restrictions. As you can see here, on what they do. You set your restrictions on their phone, and then set restriction using your own phone also. Next slide. So in talking to our children, we need to be able to start a conversation with them, teach them to think before they click, also supervise them as much as we can. We shouldn't say, oh, I'm busy, I'm that, and then you neglect the child to be exposed to what they have. Because if I'm going to ask us here, at what age did we get exposed to mobile phones? I'm sure most of us 16, 17, 18 years. But now our kids from age of 2, 3, 4, even though they don't have their phone, they can use your phone and they can actually browse online. So we need to teach them about the safety, stranger dangers, identity fraud, and cyberbullying. Like I said, the stranger danger and identity fraud is called grooming. Your kids can be groomed online, in which somebody who wants to, whatever he wants to do with your family, start grooming your kids. Hello, start chatting with them. How are you? I'm your dad's friend. I'm your mom's friend. What time is your dad home? What time do they leave home? This way the kids don't know who they are talking to. But because they are friendly, they reply, they give them personal information, and then they even tell them, oh, don't tell your dad about this. We need to tell them, if a stranger is chatting with them and is telling you not to tell me stuff, you need to tell me. So we need to sensitize our children on these dangers, because from those children, they can actually get information about us, when to visit our house when we're not there, when to rob the house when we're not there, and stuff like that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we need to look out for all these, teach them to be sensitive online, and then also teach them against using sexual languages, and then switching screen. This is the way you know if your child is being secretive. If you walk into the child's room and you see he's changing his screen, putting down his system, locking his phone, and then when they start using swear languages, then you know they're exposed to what they're not meant to be exposed to. Because naturally, we won't teach our kids to use swear languages. Naturally, we won't expose them to secretive and sensitive stuff. But when they start getting secretive and stuff, then you know, oh, this child is being exposed to stuff, then we need to start monitoring them. So like I said, I mentioned about this. This is just UNICEF saying the increase of mobile devices, greatest access to broadband and stuff. Justice telling us that our children are being exposed to all this at a very early age, and we need to start monitoring that. So, as I've said, even though this program is being curated by Google, Also, other social media platforms to have security settings which we need to watch out for. Our Twitter, our Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, our security and privacy settings, and we need to watch out for them. An example I like to make is we all have friends, right? And then even from that, our big number of friends, there are some friends we share personal stuff with. So we should look at these two as being online, in which we have friends and we need to share stuff with some just particular friends we have. So that's why we need to set these privacy settings. And not everybody should see our status, not everybody should see what we post because we're exposing ourselves to danger. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we need to expose them and teach them about safety and privacy online. We need to look forward to all this, getting a bill. This is ways in which we can know if our children's identity have been stolen while they are online. So they start getting bills which they have not ordered for. They start emails from people they don't understand, they don't know, they don't recognize, and also receiving letters from government and tax payments. So, all right, this way we'll know if our children's identity had been stolen online. Next slide, please. Sorry, we need to rush through these slides, and then we can't explain everything. Oh, I'll just say, while we're using public computers, make sure we take action and go incognito. Use a public computer in your workplace, in some other places, go incognito. All right, this is a very important part in which we need to always set unique passwords. I would love to take us through how to set unique passwords, but then in setting our passwords, I'm sure most of us will use the same password for our Facebook, our Gmail, our Instagram. It's a very bad attitude. It's a very bad safety practice. You need to set unique passwords, make your password unique, make them longer, and make sure memorable. We also need to use caps and symbols, special characters in our passwords. And also, while setting our passwords, we should try and desist from using personal information. I know we all love our kids, we know their date of birth, but then you have your child named Blessing. You don't use your password and say Blessing 1993 because that is the first thing somebody who's trying to get into your account will use. We need to desist from using our loved one name, our addresses, our place of birth. Use a memorable password and make sure we can remember them. Sorry, we can remember them, but then they are not easy to guess. Next slide, please. Also, we need to sensitize them about cyberbullying. Like I said earlier, cyberbullying, sensitize them about being the bully and also report cases when they are being bullied. Because this, when your child is a bully or being bullied, it can affect them psychologically. So we need to make them speak up. Oh, this is happening to me. This is happening to me. Make them trust you so they can what? They can also talk to you. Next slide, please. So, for example, this is just telling us, even though there's face-to-face bullying, there's also something called cyberbullying, as we know. Next slide. So, and these are the terms used to bully people. They harass you online, they outing, trolling, catfishing, roasting, and griefing. I'm sure the catfishing, roasting, and stuff, they seems like cool stuff sometimes, but then they affect people psychologically. So we are preaching for us to desist from doing all this while we are online. Next slide, please. So what to look out for while our kids are being bullied? Don't make them stop using their phone. If your child reports a case of being bullied or stuff, don't make them stop using their phone because that way you are encouraging the person bullying them to continue and they are winning. So once they seem nervous or jumpy using their devices or they become obsessive about being online, that means you should know they are being bullied. Also, when they are reluctant to take place or to go to school or take part in social activities, these are signs to know that your child is being bullied online. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what are the do's and don'ts when your child is being bullied? What we should do, we should find out why, talk it through, teach them by example, and teach them to learn from it. Also, what they shouldn't do is don't get upset at them. don't ignore it, and also don't condone it. I hope we have been able to learn one or two stuff. Sorry we don't have enough time.
Please, can we put our hands together for the gentleman? Before you go, sir, maybe we can take like
their status. And guess what she told me? On her wash. She said she just gathered so many things that she had and took a picture.
Exactly.
It had an impact on people. How do we manage that?
Teaching the children that what they see online is not always true. People will not post when they are struggling, like I said. They won't post when they are working. They only post the beautiful pic. So we need to teach our children about that.
Please, let's put hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very, very much. Okay, and now for the main session. We have a very experienced person coming to speak to us. She's the group head of HR at Mutual Benefit Insurance, and she has almost about 2 decades of HR experience. She's a generalist. That means she cuts across many fields, aspects of HR. And ordinarily, people pay to listen to her speak. She goes for seminars and other programs, and they pay hefty fees. We are privileged to have us come and speak with us today at no charge at all. Can we put hands together for Mrs. Taiwo Abaton?
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Nice to have you.
Good morning, all. I want us to smile because when you make an investment in your own personal progress and development, then you should be happy. And the time you've chosen to come and spend here is not in waste. It's not going to be wasted. And I foresee that in the near future you begin to reap the harvest. Say amen. Yes. Bible says that the path of the good man, they're ordered by God. So you being here is not a mistake. We're going to have, they told me 3 hours of fun, 3 hours of learning, 3 hours of we having a mind shift around recruitment, around interviewing, around our CVs and all that. And we'll make good time of it. I want to appreciate the pastorate of RCCG Solid Rock Parish for this opportunity. It's a privilege. And I look forward to any opportunity to give back, most importantly to my profession as a human resource professional. Thank you very much. So we're kicking off. We're not going to sit like, we're not in church. We're in church. We're on the church premises, but we're not church. Who agrees with me? Do we have our biro and paper? First exercise. Can I have a cup? I want a cup. A cup. Give me a teacup. A teacup. I have biro, I have paper. Show me. This is a practical class. Excellent, excellent. I want a cup. So we'll do a few icebreakers, and then I go into my lecture. Where are they projecting from? Up there? Okay, from behind me. Okay. Okay, so this is our cup. Just assume this is a teacup, glass with a handle. Assume it's red in color. And can we write out 5 things we can do with a teacup? 5 things. Let's do that quickly. 5 things you can do with a teacup. 5 things. Thank you. That we can do with a teacup. Have you written your own 5? Please write 5 things you can do with a teacup. How many people, who has 5 things written down already? 5 things written down already. 2 things written down. 3 things written down. You have 2. Who has 3? 3 things to do you can use a cup for. 3 things. Can you share with us?
You can drink from a teacup. You can keep things inside a teacup. You can use it as a decoration.
3. Excellent. Any other thing? To measure. 4. Who else? Excellent. You can use it as a marker. Who else? Do you know you can use it as a musical instrument? Just take a spoon and hit it. You're creating sound. You can use it as a flower pot. You can plant something inside and put on your side table. You can use it as a pen holder. What just happened now? How many of us, the first time I said, think about what you can use a cup for, and you were thinking to drink coffee, to drink water? That was the first thing that was coming up in our minds, right? But immediately you kept on thinking about it. What was happening? You were thinking more. Other ways of using it. It's called thinking out of the box. Thinking out of the box. Okay, before we go nitty-gritty into my class, I want us to deal with some things. They're called mindsets. We need to deal with mindset. You see, even if we take this class today, and we talk about interview, what to do and what not to do, if we don't talk to ourselves and deal with some mindsets, it's an effort in futility. Who agrees with me? Yes. No matter what we learn here today, because the first law of success says first within, then without. It starts with you. Biblically, it says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So I'll be talking on one thing that I've always talked at several opportunities, and that topic is on success. Success. As seemingly simple as that word means, it speaks a lot to us, particularly here in Nigeria. If I ask you, how would you define someone who is successful? Who wants to answer? I should continue. You will say somebody who is wealthy. Yes or no? Let's be real. Somebody who is wealthy. Somebody who has 5 cars in his or her garage. Yes or no? Let's be real. Yes. Somebody who dresses flashily. Yes or no? Somebody who goes to the airport and travels every 2 months or every week. I'm going to the Bahamas. I'm going to what do you call it? Santonori. I'm going everywhere. Yes or no? But you know that is a mindset. Success starts with you. Who created us? Who created you? Answer. So God is my creator. And we know that God doesn't make mistakes. Who agrees with me? So I'm created for a purpose. So repeat after me. I am created for a purpose. And the world is waiting for me to manifest. We're not saying this thing boldly. And because God created you, He's waiting for you. It's like He has invested some things in you that is waiting for you to manifest. Yes or no? Because God is not a useless investor. If he has put something in you, then you must manifest it. What I'm getting at is when a creature fulfills the purpose of the creator, then you are successful. Did I communicate to you? I am a creature. God is the creator. If I fulfill His purpose, then I am successful. Yes or no? So success is not defined by man's standards. If you allow yourself to define your success by man's standards, you will continually be frustrated. Yes or no? You will never be happy. You know why? Society will always shift the goalposts. Am I communicating with us? So today you drive a salon car, beautiful, you bought it. And the next day your neighbor buys an SUV. Who is better in societal terms? Your neighbor. So you are struggling again to buy what? An SUV. And so the day your neighbor buys a private jet, you also want to, yes or no? Yes. You also want to go and buy your own private jet. So we are constantly under pressure. Tell yourself, I will fulfill the purpose of my Creator. And that way, I've defined my own success. There was a time, during the times of our parents, when you go to, they call it teacher training college. I don't know how many of us were born by then. Teacher training college. And you become a graduate teacher. You can even be a secondary school principal, yes or no? By the time you get back to your village, they will be celebrating you in the village, yes or no? After a while, it moved to the fact that you have to have NCE. You can see how the goalpost is changing. You have to have an NCE. And so people that had their teacher training had to go and do NCE. After NCE, the best thing that could happen to you about that time was to have a first degree. Have a first degree. And so we had what we call the sandwich courses going on in schools, in universities. So people that were NCE holders will go to the university and go and run their sandwich program. And they get their first degree. How many of us are aware of that? Now, during our own time, after our first degree, during my time, what was reigning then was for you to get an MBA. You needed to go and get an MBA. And therefore, almost all the universities in Lagos had a satellite campus. Universities in Nigeria had a satellite campus in Lagos. As I was coming, I had mine in Futa, and Tejumola House used to be my lecture center about 15 years ago, Tejumola House here. And then we'll go on a Saturday and go for our MBA lectures. Yes, everybody had MBA. But you know what's happening now? After the MBA, you can see my voice is going down. After the MBA, the next big thing was for you to travel abroad and go and get a master's in a foreign university, yes or no? You can see how the goalpost is changing. And so people are getting foreign degrees now. Those of us that had the BSc and had our MBA, we now had to begin to compete with those that were the returnees from the UK and the America, and then we'll go and sit with them at interviews. Can I lie to you? I went to a state university. I don't have a foreign degree. Maybe one, but it's an advanced diploma. But by the grace of God, I am what I am. And His grace, which was bestowed upon me, is not in vain. Because you know what? I've decided on my own to define for myself what success is. And it's not about the amount of money in your bank account. It's about you identifying the purpose why you were created and fulfilling it. Have I made sense this morning? So we're going to the lecture proper. Slide 1. Okay, so my topic this morning is called Positioned for Success, Getting It Right. So let's move on. Today is February 22nd. Okay, so it's an interviewing, job search technique, and CV writing masterclass. Of course, you know my name. So we've dealt with some mindsets. I've tried to define to us what success is: the achieving of the results wanted or hoped for. That's by Cambridge Dictionary. It can also be said to be the achievement of specific goals, meaning that success is not possible without goals. Let's stop there. You see, success is the end result. But you need to define the goals that will take you to that end result. You can't just say, I want to be successful. Lord, make me successful. I want to be successful. No, you must define goals, steps, action plans that will get you to that end result. So begin to ask yourself, what are you trying to achieve? And then begin to define your goals. Every object is defined to suit a purpose. And I always use a chair. This is a chair. Okay, it's fixed together. This is a chair. So you look at this chair, and then for the ones that we have in the office, it has the armrests. Can we picture that? And then even the ones we have in the office, they've gone further to make it ergonomic. Ergonomic in the sense that you can recline, you can have a 360, 180, you can do the neck and all that. If you get to the market, which chair will you buy? Let's communicate, let's talk. I've just described 3 chairs. This is one. Then we have the regular chair with the armrests. And then we have the one that is ergonomic in nature. If you get to the marketplace, which one will you buy? Which one? Ergonomic? Why? You can recline, you can move, you can do all that. Also, it depends on your pockets. Okay, all things being equal, you have the money, everything. We have an utopian situation. Which one will you buy? The ergonomic. Okay. On your choice. Okay, for office use. You're running your own business, you have your table and your chair. Which one will you buy? The 180, the 360. Okay, who else has another opinion? I'm driving at something. We just said it now. I've defined it. All things being equal, you have the money to afford it. 2 is also for office use. Which one will you buy? Don't let's complicate things. Let's make it simple. Keep it short and simple. The first one, that is this one. The third, I'm driving at something. The one that will last longer. Okay? Are we thinking about comfort? So I run my own business, I'm at work, and I want to catch a snooze. I will buy the other one that is ergonomic. But I'm driving at something, and that's the power of vision. Vision is a capacity for imaginative thoughts that drive you to your destiny. How good or how sharp or how bright your future or your future will be is a function of how well you can think. How well you can think. So I want to build a house. So I first of all tell myself, I want to build a house. The more I think about it, I'm thinking, where am I building that house? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so I want to build a house in Aja. Okay, the next thing I'm thinking is, how is Aja like? The next thing that will take me is, I need to go to Aja. Yes or no? So who is moving forward? Either I'm sitting down here just thinking I want to build a house, or the person that keeps looking and defining that picture of the end result. The more you think around your purpose and your vision, the quicker it comes to realization. And that's why we move around things around vision boarding. Vision boarding is you getting a cardboard and putting pictures of things you want to achieve. You put it near either your bed or your wardrobe door or where you do your makeup so that every day you wake up, you're looking at that picture. You're looking at that picture. You're looking at that picture. And I'm going to link it to scriptures. Bible says that the mountains and the hills will clap their hands as we approach. That the beasts of the fields will be at league with us. You know what that means? Your own assignment is to think of that thing you want to achieve. God will deal with him, bringing people, elements, resources around you to achieve it. Am I communicating? Your own is to think about it. Envision the future. Envision your purpose. God will ensure that he orders people, resources around you that will enable you to achieve it. Am I communicating with someone? So how many of us will start thinking today? Stop thinking all those bad things. Start thinking good things. And I'll give a story. So when I finished my NYSC, I moved to Lagos. I say we. Okay, I have a twin sister. So we moved to Lagos. And then, don't laugh. Nobody should laugh. We used to live at Okokomaiko. And so I would take a bus from Okokomaiko, and I'm going to CMS, where I was working. And every day, we'll be in that Molwe. Then Molwe was what was available. And it was cheaper. So we'll be in Molwe, and we're going to CMS. And I'll see people driving their cars, beautiful cars. And I'll tell myself, in this Lagos, we'll drive it together. In this Lagos, we'll drive it together. If I'm walking and somebody tries to, harass me with the car and I have to run, I will say, it's a matter of time. We'll drive it together. Lo and behold, 18 months later, I got a car, my first car. If you ask me how I got it, because I kept on, it was even what I wanted. A Toyota Corolla, they used to call it First Lady, and I wanted the red one. So I Googled the picture, and I put it on my wall. Every day I was looking at that car. And I told you about elements and God ordering things around you. Where I was working, there was somebody who wanted to relocate, who wanted to sell a Toyota Corolla First Lady, red in color. I didn't have money because somebody was talking about money. And that was my desire. I just went to my boss, can I get a loan? And when he looked at me, he was like, who is this small rat who has just finished NYSC asking me to give her a loan to buy a car? A week later, he responded, and I got that loan of $150,000. I bought that car. Do you know that if I wasn't thinking about what I wanted and purpose, that car would still have been there. It would never have crossed my mind that I wanted a car. And even if I wanted a car and I was not specific around what I wanted, I would still have bought a car, but not that Corolla, First Lady, red in color. Am I communicating with us? Link it to your career, link it to the job, why you are here today. Is it that I want to get a job? Okay, you want to get a job. What kind of job? Have you declared for yourself your career path? What do I want to achieve in life? Right from when I was even in banking, I told myself I want to do human resources. And so each time I was going to work, in my heart, I used to cry because I wasn't fulfilled. Yes, I had the money, the salary was okay, but I wasn't fulfilled as regards what I wanted to achieve. Can I lie to you? That dream job you want will come, but you may not have fulfillment in it. If you don't define for yourself your own standards and what you want to achieve, and it's called purpose. So when I moved into HR, there were a lot of backlashes. Are you okay? You're not serious. When your mates are busy out there making money. How many of us hear those words every day? Your mates are out there. They are my mates. They're not Taiwo. But I knew what I wanted to achieve for myself. And so it was as if I was slowing down and they were speeding ahead. But can I lie to us today? I've caught up with them and I've overtaken them. And if we ask, who is more fulfilled? I am fulfilled because I chose to discover purpose on time and pursue it. The next point, please. So I said, as Christians, your goal in life is not your decision, but only your discovery. And this brings about the question, why am I here? I got said about that. Why are you here? Am I here because I just want to get a job? I'm here because I want to fulfill purpose. So in our hearts, as we're seated here, let's start having that internal thinking and be speaking and communicating with God. God, help me to discover purpose. For all we care, many of us here, the reason why we came want to come and learn interviewing skills, we might leave here discovering that God has an assignment for us out there. We might leave here getting a flash and a brainwave to go and start a business. Am I communicating with us? So we are all here for one thing, but by the time we're leaving here and I'm prophesying, many of us will discover purpose, straight up. We will discover purpose. And you will say, okay, I attended an event, but it was for this, but at that event, I was able to discover what exactly God had for me. Look at the word I put there, discover. So it's already there. It's for you to discover why am I here. Let's move on. Okay, let's stop, please. Can we look at that person? That's a lady. Sorry, I'm woman-oriented. And what is she doing? She's looking at the mirror. So that's what we call the mirror therapy. And every day you pick up a mirror, talk to yourself. Talk to yourself every day. So I tell myself every day, I'm the best I can be. Every day I move closer to my purpose. In my generation, I am a sign and a wonder. I'm a solution to people's problem. I tell myself every day, when I put my feet down, the enemy is in trouble. Because a child of the Lion of the tribe of Judah is awake. Confess positive to yourself on a daily basis. Because if you don't do that, every day the world is out there to pummel you left, right, and center. Am I communicating? Let me give you a very simple example. I was going home one day. My driver didn't come to work, and I had a flat tire. And I was in my company T-shirt at 5:30 p.m. in the evening. I should come down from the car, right? And try and fix my tire. But I was looking at the brand that I was working for. So I will come down from the car in the office T-shirt on a Friday with social media all over the whole place. And they will snap my picture and they will say, see her. And I sat in that car and I was asking God, what next should I do? What next should I do? Within 5 minutes, it started raining. So flat tire, I'm handicapped, no driver, and then it's raining. The first thing I did was to call someone, my twin sister, and I said, wherever you are in this Lagos, meet me at so and so, and bring a blouse along with me. So while she was trying to get to where I was, lo and behold, a security guy passed and knocked on my window. Ma, you've been here for like 10 minutes. Any issue? I said, I have a flat tire. This is 8 o'clock. All the vulcanizers have closed. What will we do now? I don't want to talk about the location. The guy said, I will go. He mentioned that place. That place was like 15 kilometers from where I was. He said, I'll go and try and find a vulcanizer and we'll bring him. He said, Boma, do you have money? Because he has to carry his engine on an Okada to bring him here. You can see how heaven is arranging favor for me. The guy went, brought the vulcanizer on another Okada with his vulcanizing machine. Who will you at 8:30 p.m. in the evening? Don't you think that's a miracle? The guy came, checked the tire and said, this tire, we can't repair it this night. Maybe you should buy a new one to make it quick and all that. And I was asking myself, did I budget for a tire? We all know what the economy is saying and all that. The guy gave me a brand new tire, took my complimentary card and said, you can always pay me tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I left that location even before the person coming to give me blouse arrived. And that's how God arranges our way, because I tell myself every day that the steps of the good man are ordered by God. So everywhere I go to, there's no mistake. God doesn't make mistake. I don't believe in luck. When you say, she's lucky, I don't believe in luck. Because for everything that happens to us by time, God knows about it. Bible says our life has been inscribed on the palms of his hands. I'm saying some scriptures that we've taken with levity. My life is inscribed on the palms of his hands, so he knows everything about me. How many of us will adopt the mirror therapy today? Ladies in particular, we're using our mirror for mascara and eyeshadow. As we're using it for mascara and eyeshadow, let's talk to ourselves. Because out there, it's a war zone. And if you don't equip yourself with strength to survive from your inner man, you can't survive out there. Let's continue. So the definition of success is relative from one person to another. That is to say, how person A views and interprets success will be different from that of person B. I think we've discussed that. It's about what they're trying to achieve. Let's move on. Success is not a function of what you have, but what you are. It's not a function of how many clothes you have, how many cars you have, how rich your bank account is. You are success. Tell yourself, I am success. Actually, success is my second name. We're not communicating this. Success is my second name. Okay, so while there is no universally accepted definition of success, we must have an understanding of the critical success factors that will enable us thrive and excel in our chosen career. We're still laying a premise. We're not yet in that lecture that we're going to. So those critical success factors, I've labeled them success habits. So what is a habit? A habit is something that you do continuously for 7 days and you master it. You try it. Decide every day that when I wake up at 5 a.m. every day, I want to take a cup of water. You do it day 1. Day 2, you still have to remind yourself. By day 3, your body will trigger you to want to drink water. By day 4, day 5, day 6, naturally your instincts, it's called reflex action, will go towards where you're going to take water. And by day 7, if you can do it consistently for 7 days, you have mastered a habit. Have we learned something? Now, when they say that, that's a bad habit, you don't pray habits away. You replace a bad habit with a good habit. Oh, she used to steal. She's a kleptomaniac. She's always stealing. She needs to replace that habit with a good habit. Oh, he always drinks alcohol. Anytime you have that trigger to drink alcohol, replace it with soft drink. So some people can fast for 21 days, 14 days. It's because they've mastered it and it has become a habit. So how many of us are going to be mastering good habits today? How many of us will be replacing bad habits with good habits? And I've told you the philosophy around it. Within 7 days, you can master a habit. Okay. So success habits. These are principles that people have used over time, and it has helped them. And if you can master these habits, our success is guaranteed. The first one is direction. We've talked about purpose. You must discover purpose. Have a sense of direction. The other one is service. Many of us are switching the wheel. We want to get money before we serve. Success lies in the place of service. And I'll use a simple explanation. How many of us know the story of Ruth and Naomi? At least you people brought me to church, so I'll be relating it to scripture. Ruth and Naomi. Her husband had died, yes or no? She could have left her mother-in-law and move away, yes or no? But she chose to stay with her mother-in-law. And scripture has it that she leaves the house and goes to the farm to go and glean. Gleaning means that after the owner of the farm has harvested, the ones that they overlooked, she would go and pick those ones. And so she was doing that. She would go and pick and take it back to her mother-in-law so that they could have food to eat. What happened thereafter? It was in the place of service she met Boaz. It was in the place of service. She could have as well said, let me dress up, put on my makeup, let me go to town. At least I'm now what? I'm a widow. And I'm still young. But she chose to serve. And look at the miracle that was birthed at the place of service. What are we doing with our time? Yes, I don't have a job now. I don't have anything I'm doing. But are we serving? And how are we serving? Am I communicating with us? There's a need all around us. There's a need all around us. Discover something and say, I am willing to serve. And trust me and bet with me what will come out from that place of service. The next one. The other one is persistence. And I'll just give an adage. As slow as the snail was, the snail still made it to the ark before the flood. Who agrees with me? They said, call the animals 2 by 2. Did they say the snail did not enter? The Bible says, all the animals. Yes or no? Please let's respond. Yes or no? All the animals made it to the ark. Who is the slowest animal perceived to be the slowest? The snail. But you know that the snail could have moved a kilometer and say, oh, I can't make it to that ark. Let me turn back. Yes or no? But the snail was persistent. Many of us, we've had dreams, ideas, we've interviewed, we've written applications, and we just feel, after this, no more, and we drop the ball. We need to be persistent. Success comes at the place of being persistent. You hit a roadblock, keep at it. You hit a roadblock, keep at it, and see what comes out of it at the end of the day. The next one is decision. Many people are indecisive. Should I? Should I not? Should I? Should I not? Can I lie to us? Life is all about risk taking. So at each point in time, take a decision. What am I wearing this morning? If I wear this, I wore this yesterday, and they will say I wore it yesterday. If that's what you want to wear, take a decision, wait. Where am I going to? Go. What am I doing? Do now. For every idea you have in your head, turning towards purpose, 1,001 people have that same thought in their minds. Do you know who gets it? The person that takes decision on time. The person that takes decision on time. You want to do something, get up and do it now. Tell yourself now. Now is the time. No more time wasting. I will be decisive. It's a habit that has never failed me. I call myself one man mopo. If I want to do something now, I do it. And you know what makes us to be indecisive? We are still thinking about society. What would people say? What will people say? And so we keep in that quagmire. Should I? Should I not? But somebody is changing today. Say amen. The next one is diligence. You have to be diligent in every single thing you're doing. So we tell ourselves, when I get that big job, I'll start getting to work early. It's a lie. When I get that job, I will start dressing well. When I get that job, I will start being respectful. When I get, so we keep, when I get to America, I will start queuing up at the bus stop. That's a joke. Do we get it? Diligence starts in small places. With what you have, are you diligent with it? With that little assignment, are you diligent with it? The next one is innovation. The rate of change around us is so fast. Who agrees with me? I stay on the island. I've not been on this axis in almost 5 years, and I had to go and turn. And I saw the flyover bridge, and I saw people going in, people going up, and I was like, Beggar has changed. That's evolution happening there. And so, if you don't innovate at the same rate your environment is changing, you will become a dinosaur. Who agrees with me? You'll become a dinosaur. And what happens if a dinosaur comes here now? What's the first thing we're supposed to do? Let's talk. If a dinosaur appears here now, what's the first thing we will do? Run. After then, what next? We'll be thinking of how we're going to kill that dinosaur. Yes or no? That's the next thing. The women will run. The men will now say, let's go and kill this thing. Dinosaurs don't survive around innovation. An interview, and then we don't get the job. You have to be innovative. And how do you innovate? How many of us are doing our research? How many of us find out what's happening within our environment? How many of us listen to the news? Not only news in Lagos, news in Nigeria, who knows what's happening in the US? Contemporary things. Are we in touch? How many of us have subscribed to news blogs? Just to hear the gist, what's happening around us. You have to be innovative because that's what you have to keep trying out ideas every day, refine yourself. So in my house, if my sofa, a 3-seater, a 2-seater, and 1-1, next week I will switch it. I will move the 3-seater to the left. I just want change all around me all the time. And when my husband is complaining, I will say, it's the woman that owns the house. So your own is to get chair to sit down. Is there no chair? Where I place the chair, leave it. Because I just like things moving all around me. You have to be innovative. Another one is association. Tell me your friend, and I'll tell you who you are. Show me your friend, and I will tell you who you are. Who are you associating with? The naysayers or the positive people that speak positive things? So, how are you today? I did, Jare. No, I don't dare. How are you? I'm very fine. What's been happening? I just don't know. You need, after a point in time in your life, to be deliberate about your association, people you are relating with. If you pick your phone and you look at 20 people, contacts on your phone, and you ask yourself, if I have an issue now, can I call any of these 20? And the answer is no. Delete them. There's some people that I have their numbers stored in my head. I've not saved their names on my phone. When I see their numbers, I know who is calling. And you know that it is my phone, yes or no? So it's because it's my phone, I can choose to answer or not to answer. It's even good now you can block. Don't be like me. But sincerely, I am deliberate about my association. Not everybody is meant to be in your circle. Not everybody is meant to be your friend. So you look at people that would add value to you. Look for people that will add value to you. It's not you that will call me, there's a no one bed today, there's one party tomorrow, so and so person is burying their father. When I'm burying my own, don't come. I will not come to your own. And so when I tell my husband in the morning, I'm going to speak at this event, Grace, go. Because he knows that on a Saturday, if I'm not in a class training, I'm in a seminar, or I'm personally developing myself. I can't remember when last I dressed up and I said I'm going for an Owambe. I'm not saying going for Owambe is not good, but you come to a time in your life whereby you want to be purposeful. Where you want to be purposeful. And it's a function of your association. The quality of your future is a function of your association. Mark it. If you decide today on who you want, top 10 people I want to be relating with, come and see how your life will transform. Because you are speaking the same language, which is purpose. You are speaking the same language, which is progress. You choose to cut off negativity from all around you. I'm not saying now begin to make enemies. No, you have now become your contemporaries, but they are not your friends. When you say somebody is your friend, then that person should be like you. So I have a circle of friends. We're just 10. All in HR, and that's all we're pursuing. Purpose. After association, there's a slash around mentorship. It's important that you have a mentor. And having a mentor is someone who you can shadow in a specific area of your life. So you could have 5. But most times 1 or 2 is ideal. And it's not about you going to meet your mentor. It's not about that person giving you money. Because some people say, I want to be my mentor. So today, I don't have money for transport to go to. I have not paid my school fees. No, that is not mentoring. Mentoring is that you've looked at that person, and the person demonstrates some values and some attributes that speak to success, and you want to emulate those values. Mentoring is about, you have done this, show me how you have done it. When you have a mentor, what will take you 7 years may take you 3 years because there's somebody to guide you. And say, don't go there, don't do that. Somebody called me, one of my mentees, and said, I need you to follow me to the police station. I have an issue. My boss reported me at the police station. And he was crying on the phone. I said, calm down. First and foremost, police station is nothing negative. We have the IPO at the police station. They only want, they raise the petition against you. You will go there and you will go and answer the petition. Policemen and women are arbiters to sort out issues. It's when those issues are not able to be sorted out that they are passed to the court of law. So I first of all calmed him down. And then this morning we've said a few things on the phone, what he should do, what he should not do. And once I leave here, we'll get to the police station. I should leave him alone? No, that's the role of a mentor. He has made some mistakes, yes. But how do we get out of this and move on? So association, get a mentor. Another one is resources. For you to fulfill purpose and to be successful, you need resources. All you have around you here are resources. Who agrees with me? Because no, it's today you know. I don't know where will you be tomorrow. Yes or no? And because of that, I don't treat people anyhow. Learn today that you're going to build your relationship management skills. It's important. Because you don't know who this person sitting beside you will be tomorrow. And if you understand, because the Bible says that, and ye are gods. If you understand that this person is the creator of the Almighty, and he has God living in the inside of him, You won't treat people anyhow. Who agrees with me? All the resources you have to succeed in life, they are all around you. The person that will give you that money, or the person that will give you that idea that will birth that money, that will help you to birth that purpose, they are all around you. Learn to manage people. Relationship management is a skill that you need to manage. Simple example, you get to church and you're keeping space for somebody beside you. Somebody comes in, as long as that person is not your husband. Somebody comes in, is there somebody here? Yes, but the person has not come. Can I sit? Please allow them to sit. Allow them to sit. You never know who that person is. I have a friend who got married at 43 years old last year, and she's in Canada. Can I tell you the story? Can I tell the story? She was at the airport, Abuja to Lagos, and a woman came, and they said the woman had excess luggage. And she was looking at that woman and said, I don't have any money. From the look of that woman, you were thinking, I'm a big girl. You look at what I said. We pride ourselves. We give ourselves some terms. We think I'm a big girl. So the big girl was thinking, hello. But because that big girl is a child of God and she understands relationship management, she chose to pay the extra luggage for that woman. And so she paid. They got to Lagos Airport, and they parted ways. And they was like, come. Joe, for me number. Can I have your number? And she reluctantly gave the woman. The woman didn't reach out to her until 2 years later. 6 months later, they had come to pay her bride price, and she was in Canada. She has 2 children now. So at 43, she should have lost hope, right? In normal terms, time has passed her. But she understood purpose, she understood relationship management, she understood the principle around God, and see how God just used that seemingly unpleasant situation to turn her story around. Who is learning something here today? Tell yourself, from today, I will never underestimate people. Can we move on? We're still setting a premise. It's a master class. So, the next one is specialization. So, I spoke about that, and I said, you are here to learn how to get a job. What are you looking for exactly? In what area? In what field? In what specialty? You need to specialize. Where exactly? I want to get a job in banking. I want to work with a bank. Why do you want to work in a bank? I want to work in a fast food company. Why do you want to work in a fast food company? So that I'm guaranteed of my lunch every day. Is a reason, no? It's a reason. So you must specialize. Why exactly? What are you looking for? Define your scope. Define your purpose. Specialize. And then I think this is the last one, character. Charisma will open the door for you. Character would keep the door perpetually open. Not that today, Taiwo is like this, and then tomorrow, I've changed like a chameleon into something. You must build character. Character means come rain, come shine. This is this person. Constant, always. Many of us lack character. But character is a key success factor. You must build, and character is built over time. Based on experience, our exposure, you build character. Forget the suave. You can have charisma. Somebody enters here now and sways all of you, talks to all of you. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. And then when you begin to unveil behind that person, there's nothing there. All you see there is a shadow. What is most important is to build character. After character, self-development. Self-development. What you're doing now is self-development. Dedicate time and invest in yourself. How many of us have a smartphone? I have a smartphone. Put up your hand. I have a smartphone. That means that you have internet on your phone. How many of us on a daily basis decide to go to YouTube and learn something new? Can I tell you this minutest you can learn? How to shape my eyebrow. You are learning something. You can go on internet and learn something on a daily basis instead of staying on Facebook, staying on Instagram. I'm not saying it's not good. I have Facebook, I have Instagram, but I can't remember when last I went to my Facebook. But on a daily basis, I'm self-developing myself. I'm adding something new every day. There's so many free online course platforms on the internet that you can learn things every day. Self-develop yourself. Your BSc, that thing you have written on your certificate, with the extra that you're adding to yourself, may be the deciding factor at the interview table. So they're asking, what do you have? What else can you do? And you mention it. And because of that simple, what else can you do? And your response, you get the job. Am I communicating with us? So who is learning something new today? Who is going to deliberately invest in themselves? Finally, gratitude. We must always be grateful. So every day I say, Father, I thank you for life. I don't have it all, but I thank you that I'm alive. If you don't have a heart of gratitude, you cannot receive anything from God. You're always complaining. You're complaining. The sun is too much. The weather is so hot. Everything. You're always complaining. There's no Okada. There's no Marwa. Do you know that? I'm not saying there's no Okada. There's no Marwa. But do you know that many of us, it's time for us to lose weight? Doing that, many of us were not even praying enough. And God just wants you to walk from your house to that bus stop and be scabashing and prophesying into your day. Do you know that there's no Okada, there's no Marwa, there's an opportunity for you to meet people like she said? You don't know. Bible says all things work together for good to them that love God and are called according to what? His purpose. So when things happen around us, think about it and say, God, what are you telling us here? Even though people are saying it's negative, what can I make out of this situation? Always have a heart of gratitude. I didn't eat yesterday night. I don't have money in my pocket. There was no money for transport. Even my skirt caught up in the bus yesterday. Even my boss. What are we going to be doing? Expressing our gratitude to God. Not only to God, to people around us. Many of us don't know how to say thank you. Many of us don't know how to say thank you. And so we know the story of the 10 lepers. How many came back? How many came back? Out of 10. And so there are people out there who have rendered one help or the other to you. All they are asking you to say is thank you. Just thank you. Somebody opens the door for you, thank you. For me, thank you has become, it's so much part of me. When I clean my office in the morning, thank you. And the cleaners will be looking at me as in, we are doing our job. Yes, they're doing their job, but at the same time, I'm saying thank you. Because issues will happen and you will need people. Who agrees with me? Issues will happen and you will need people. So there's a Yoruba adage that says that, you may think I'm done with this place, I don't have any business here again, I'm moving on. But you'll be shocked how something would happen and you will require help from that person that you felt you do not need. So how many of us are on WhatsApp? Pick your WhatsApp on a Sunday and look at 10 or 15 people who have done one favor for you at one time or the other. Last year, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you. The person will be thinking, what did I do for him? You yourself, you don't even remember. I just want to say thank you. You have reawakened your thoughts in the hearts of that person. And so that when you need help in the future, the person will remember. How many of us will develop a heart of gratitude today? Always learn to say thank you. Let's move on. Next slide. Okay, so I want to give a background. So recruitment is now seen by most companies as something very strategic. It's no longer BAU, business as usual. Recruit a front desk and people just come, we just do recruitment. It is now a strategic assignment. And why? Because we're using it as a strategy for employee retention. And so companies are becoming more deliberate about how they recruit. And therefore, that's why it's becoming more difficult to get into the door. So if you think that the way you went for an interview last year, 2 years ago, and you have not evolved, and you feel that let me still go that same way, the door would always be shut on you. Am I communicating? It's because companies are now becoming more strategic in recruitment. So I'm setting a background. So it's not their fault when they don't call you back. Don't be angry. Companies want quality people, and they're also particular about recruitment because they want to use it as a strategy towards employee retention. Employee retention is how well we're able to keep the people who bring in from the door. Do we get it? So they're not bringing in anybody, just anybody. Just bring. She's light in complexion, bring her in. Tall, bring her. We are now deliberate around recruitment. I'm setting a background. Next, companies, so we are the ones representing the companies, the HR managers know that the quality of whoever we hire, if I bring you into my organization today, your quality is hinged on 3 things. And it's hinged on 3 things. One, where am I hiring from? Why did I get you? Where am I recruiting you from? The second one is my brand. Which company am I working for? That's my brand. But what is most important is that interviewing process. That process we pick you through, we put you through. So if you eventually scale these 3 things and you come on board, your quality must be very high. The quality must be high. Can we move on? Yes, source of hire, I've spoken about that. The employer brand, and then recruitment process. This one lies directly in the control of HR and is becoming a more robust process, and the earlier candidates understand this, the better. So, as the companies are becoming deliberate around recruitment, what should we do? We should be deliberate too. We should be deliberate, and we are here to learn how to what? How to be deliberate. Am I communicating? So for a company who wants to have a strong employer brand, when you go and interview in their organization, the way they will meet you, you would think you're in El Dorado. So if you come and interview in my organization, I will be the first person you will meet. I will come and meet you at the reception, and I'll say, welcome to company XYZ. My name is so and so and so. I want to appreciate you for honoring our invitation for this interview. How will you feel? How will you feel? Tell me. You feel like a G. They came to welcome me. I will say, okay, depending on the level of interview, I will tell you, I may not be on your interview panel, but I want to wish you all the best, and this and that. For the ladies, please, at the toilet there, you can go and freshen up. Do you want water? Do you want tea? Do you want juice? Just relax. We'll attend to you on time. How will you feel? And that's what I do every time I am recruiting. I will be the first person you would meet. More about that. When you go for interviews, let's share our experiences. They keep you there, and you are there in the waiting room. Yes or no? For hours. Let me use one language. How many of us are HR professionals here? HR professionals, how many of us are here? Put up your hand now. Adiyimika. I can see you. So we are HR. Those ones that keep you in their waiting room, we call them HR. They are HR 30 minutes or for 40 minutes. If it's more than an hour, we're supposed to come back to you and say, can we reschedule this? Did you know that there are some candidates that have 2-3 interviews in a day? And so they come to your organization and then you keep them hanging. I've just told you they're not professional. Let me also tell you, if eventually you interview, you persist and say, hey, because I want that job, let me just stay. They're already showing you how they will treat you when you come in. Who agrees with me? Yes, morning shows the day. They're already showing you how they will treat you when you come on board. And that should be a red flag for you. This experience I just pointed out to you should be the ideal experience you should face when you go for an interview. Who caught something there? Thank you. Let's move on. So what do we do before the interview? Now it's time for us to start taking our notes. What do we do before the interview? Let's go. One more. No, let's go back there. Let's go back there. Let's go back to that slide. Okay, so first thing you need to do is that do your research and know more about the company. So I'm now going to put on my recruiter's cap. I am your interviewer. So you have come in, you got an invite to come and interview my organization, and I'm asking you the question, what do we do here? And you're saying M. It's a no-no. What did I say? It's a no-no. You go and invite. The invite had the name of the organization, except the name wasn't given. Except the name wasn't given, and you were being interviewed by a consultant. Please ask there, which company are you interviewing me for? Do your research to know more about the company. Know about the company. Know about their board of directors. Know about their date of incorporation. Know about their branches and their location. Know where the head office of the company is. Know the name of the MD of the company. For those of us that are really, really, how will I say, well-versed, and you want to make an impression, you can go and Google about the financials of the company, how the company performed last year. You can even find out their ranking within their industry. Okay, I know your company ranks number 4 within this sector of the Nigerian economy. You know what? If I'm your interviewer, I'm feeling cool that this guy he really wants to work with us. He has done his research and knows so much about us. Now, I've listed about 10 things you should know about the organization. Of the organization. Don't say Mr. M, Mr. M, Mr. I think it's Mr. Tunde Omojola. I think it's Mr. It's a no-no. If you want to know only 3, date of incorporation, location, name of MD. Whatever you want to know about the organization, know it what? Well. Am I communicating with us? Let's just leave the slide on. Always make a few copies of your resume or your CV when you're coming along. Some people come for an interview and we ask, do you have your CV with you? I had sent it before and I did not come with a copy. Can I send it to your email so it can help me to print out? It's okay. I will help you to print it out. But you've just sent a signal to me that you are never prepared. Like the Boy Scout, you must be what? Be prepared. Whether you have sent it in advance or have a few copies of your CV with you. Search the web and see what others are saying about interviewing with the company. With social media all over, you can Google and find out interview experience in company so and so. And you hear things like, that company, I went there and I was kept for 5 hours. That company, they told me to come for an interview on a Sunday. You will find out. And we're talking about what you should do before the interview. At that point in time, you can decide, do I still want to continue or I don't want to continue? Am I communicating with us? Because it's whatever they're speaking about the company, like I said, will determine your own employee experience in that organization. So search the web and see what others are saying about interviewing with the company. Make sure your clothes are clean and wrinkle-free. I've seen people come for an interview, and they will say, I'm coming from Agbado Ijaye. There was no light, and I could not carry your iron and put on your stove. Heat up that iron and iron your dress. Am I communicating? You'll be wondering, I've done it before. There's no or impossibility in my dictionary. So let me use the Zillennials buzzword, we move. Anyhow, we go. Iron your dress. Iron, be clean, wrinkle-free. Some people come into interviews and the body odor is killing. It's bad. I'm going to say, and the interview, yes. They're asking you a question. Next thing they will say, any question for us, they will discharge you immediately. Hygiene, top notch. Because if we're interviewing in a panel and we're almost dying, if I now bring you in and you want to work with a group of people, you want all of us to die before we even resume work on a daily basis. Am I communicating? Hygiene is key. For the ladies, when you're going for interview, have your small toilet bag. Put your small roll-on, put your small perfume, body spray, body splash in your bag. If I go for interview, even at this level, once I get to the reception, I'm always there 30 minutes before time. Please, where is your convenience? I'm going to go and put up my powder again. It's not a sin. Ask for the toilet. Ask for the toilet, go and freshen up. And we all know how Lagos is, particularly if you're using PT, public transport. And so many people have mingled with you in the bus. So you came out of your house clean, but you got to the interview panel, polluted. Ask for the convenience and go and freshen up. Am I communicating with us? Please ensure that your clothes are clean. I would always say, when I was still looking for a job many years back, I never got it wrong with my black suit, so I invested money in a black suit and a white camisole. All the interviews I was going for is that black suit and my camisole. And I was telling myself, it's a phase. It's a phase. Life is a process. This black suit will multiply. But I would always appear at the interview sharp. Don't go to the interview, women, I'm still talking, with your weave on red, golden. Put golden weave on, and we put red. We just, you know what we do. We know what we do. You mix your attachment with different colors. Some will be white with gold, and you're going for an interview. You put your, what do you call this? Eyelashes. You go and fix eyelashes. And your eyelashes is speaking to the panel before you get to the panel. Organization. And so why I say, let me wear a wine, let me wear a green suit, let me wear a trouser suit, let me wear a jumpsuit, just get a skirt and blouse, jacket, skirts. You can't miss it. Get a nice camisole. When you enter, start wearing the jumpsuits. Start wearing the red and the green and the whatever. Am I communicating? As simple as possible. Know who will be interviewing you, and learn a bit about their background. Let me clear a myth. One thing is that each time we get an interview invite, we're excited, yes or no? And then we feel we are lucky, yes or no? For them to have even called me, I'm lucky. And then it creates a mindset in our minds that I can't ask questions, yes or no? Me, I will reply back. Thank you for the invite. I would appreciate you can have more insight if the company has not been mentioned, the name of the organization, and who I will be meeting. They will respond back. I'm talking about proper HR. We've set a premise, not HR. They will respond back to you and tell you who you will be meeting. Once they give you a name, Google is your friend. Go and Google. When you Google, you will know who that person is and that person's role. It helps you to prepare for that interview. You can even put a face. So when you put somebody's name on Google, click on images. If you put my name on Google now and you click images, you will see many pictures. So you can put a face to the name of the person who has invited you or who will likely be interviewing you. Am I communicating with us? So know who will be interviewing you, and learn a bit about their background. So if the person has a finance background, know that you have to speak figures at that interview. Know that if you're not speaking figures, you have to be as accurate as possible. I read accounting in school. I'm giving an example. And they're asking you, something around figures, and you say about. and you read accounting in school. So I will deliberately ask you questions around figures, and let me hear you use words like around, or it's like average of. You read accounting, give me exact. Am I communicating? Those are the ways we miss it. So they will ask you questions around your background with a mindset of an expected response from you, and then you bungle it. This might look as mundane as it is. Brush your teeth, put on deodorant. Put on deodorant. My little boy is 9 years old, but if you see him coming here, he's like a 14-year-old. And so he perspires a lot. When they're playing football, but he knows he has his toilet bag with him 24/7. He has a flannel. Flannel is a small napkin that he knows that he can always go into a convenience, put his flannel in water, and wipe his armpits. He knows he has to use his body splash because he's at that age whereby he's perspiring a lot. So brush your teeth and put on deodorant. Is it your deodorant? It's my own. I can use it anytime. If you don't break the myth around society, you say, if I bring it out in the bus now, what will people say? Is it their own? I bought it with my money. I will use it. Turn off your cell phone or put it on silence. We're still talking about what to do before the interview. So many of us will get into the interview panel, they're already interviewing you, and your phone will start ringing. You now say enemies from the village. No, it is you. Once you get to the premises, WhatsApp whoever you want to WhatsApp, I'm here now, I'll speak to you in an hour. Please put off your phone or put it on silence. But put it on silence when you enter that panel, put it face down. Not that I'm interviewing you and I'm seeing sweetheart and it's ringing. It's that your phone is in your bag, but if you have to hold your phone, it has to be face down on the table. Next, do not be late. We know what Lagos, she's smiling. I mean, she's been late several times. You've been late? Oh, you came late. I had those habits that I shared with us, actually 21. But I shared only 10. Because success habits is a different topic entirely. One of those 21 is punctuality. Punctuality, we can't joke with it. It has made or marred people's future, people's career. And I'm serious about it. We think the Nigerian factor, but no. I made sure I got here. By the time I was coming from Ajah, I put on Google Map to tell me you arrive here at 9:52. 9:52, I was on these premises. I was out there. And immediately it was 10, I walked in. I can give excuses, yes or no. Or there's traffic, or I'm coming from somewhere far, and this and that. But life is governed about principles. And if you can get that principle of punctuality right, you can't miss it. For me, as a person, as a professional, if I give you an appointment for a particular time, and you don't make it at that time, and you come in 5 minutes after, and they give me a call at the reception, I will say, give the person the call. We had an appointment for 10 a.m. Unfortunately, my time, I can't attend to you again because I have other things scheduled. Can we reschedule? I'm wicked, Abby. I'm not wicked. And I'll give you a practical example. In one of my lives, I went to interview, and I got to that. They had told me that I was going to be number 4 to be interviewed, but I was number 1 to arrive there. And immediately they told them to not wait for the others, they should interview me. They interviewed me, and I was on my way off. The chairman of the board of directors of that company told them to call me back into the boardroom. Taiwo, sit down, let's talk your price. I got that job. I got the job. I was not number 1, I was number 4 on the list. I got there early. Many of us, God has designed our future, and it is colorful, it is shining bright. But we'll use little things to hinder us from getting there. Punctuality, for me as a person, is one of my values. For me, it's a deal breaker. I don't know for other people, but if you're invited for an interview, you must get there early. You must get there early. So if they're interviewing you and they say, get there at 9 o'clock, you can as well tell the person calling you that I live at so and so, I would rather do an 11. Not that they give you 9 and you say, 11, my baby. You will now give the excuse of Lagos, traffic, and all that. I've been working now for 22 years. I can say categorically here that I have never been late to work. 6:15 every day, I am on my seat by the grace of God. Come rain, come shine. Come harmattan, come traffic, come trailer on the road, come anything. I am on my seat. And people keep asking me, how have I done it? It's a function of habit. I've mastered it over the years. Over the years. I'd rather get to work and recline the seat in the car and sleep, and I know I'm there, than me now struggling 5 minutes after 8 and I'm apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So when invited for an interview, what are we going to be doing? We will not be late. Get there early. And even when you get to the venue early, it helps you to acclimatize to that environment. It helps you to be observant. So I've interviewed someone before, and I told them the clock at the reception, remove the battery. The clock at the reception, remove the battery. And the flower vase, turn it around. And each time somebody came in, I said, what did you observe? I said, nothing. They were not observing. Only one lady said, okay, I didn't ask. I said, do you have any questions for us? I said, please, your image, can they please set the clock at the reception? That means she was observant. She was observant. Look all around you. Another person has come for an interview. What do you observe around us? I saw everybody, they're all in white and black. Is that your uniform Monday to Friday? She observed something. Somebody said, I didn't see water in the dispenser. Maybe he was thirsty, so his own mind was at the dispenser. But he observed something. So that's the power of observation. Very important. So when you get to your environment early, it allows you to observe what is going on around there. I've gone for an interview before. What did you observe? They asked me, there's no tissue in your toilet. I told them, there's no tissue in your toilet, and there's no hand sanitizer at your front desk. My own is too much, Abby. But that was what was concerning me, because it was an Ebola time. And I felt they should have hand sanitizer at their front desk. Be well prepared about basic questions like, tell us about yourself. Let's talk about this. When they ask you, tell us about yourself, you say, my name is Taiwo, I'm from Ekiti State, I'm the third boy in our family, That's not what we want to hear. But that's what we say, yes or no. Let's be real. When they ask you, you even tell us your date of birth. In the new normal, age is not a deciding factor, 100% for jobs now. We'll get to CVs. So when they ask you, who are you? What will you say? So from today, when they ask you, who are you? Don't say, my name is so and so and so. I was born in Lagos Island, I'm from Ekiti State. I'm the fourth born in our family. I have a family of 5. I'm the first daughter. I went to so and so primary school, and I now moved to Atakumasa Grammar School. And from there, I went to Igbora Secondary School. And we got smiling. Really? Is that who you are? So if they ask me, who are you? My name is Taiwo. I'm purpose-driven, and that's why I've come to interview here. My long-term plan is I'm skilled in driving, negotiating. I love mixing with people. They want to know who you are. I don't want to know whether you're married or you're not married. I don't want to know whether you have 30 children or 15. We don't want to know those things. We just want to know what makes you you, what makes you unique. I can cope well under pressure. Really, I'm coming for you when you tell me that. Okay, so give me an instance how you have coped well under pressure. And then you say, okay, so I was managing a team of 15 people, and then 5 of my women went on maternity leave. We were shot by 5 people, and so we had to work extra hours. At the end of the day, we still met the departmental target, and am I communicating? So are we changing what we'll be saying when they ask, who are you? All those information that you are telling me, I have it in your CV. Yes or no? And your CV has already gotten to the panel before you even entered the room. Let me tell you one other thing we do at the back end. When you give us your CV, and somebody calls you, most times HR will call you in for a pre-chat. How many of us have experienced that? Just a one-on-one chat, and then they will say, we invite you to come and meet the panel. At that chat, HR is just looking at you to find out about your personality. So when I'm interviewing as a professional, and I'm sitting on a panel, I will go, before it's your turn, go to that panel and say, Taiwo is coming in now. Taiwo is very soft-spoken. And so when she's talking, you may not hear her. I'm preparing the panel before you come in. Taiwo may walk in like as if she does not care. I've interviewed somebody like that before. But the guy had ACCA, had ICANN, and had CFA. And he was less than 30 years old. But when he came in, the first time I met him, this was how he came in. As in, what's up? How far? And that should put off the panel if it comes in that way. I had to prepare the panel. To say the person coming in is like this, is like that. So what we are doing is that we are removing bias. So I don't judge you by what they are seeing. That's why it's always good that you're going to see HR first before you go for that panel interview. Am I communicating? So all that information, my name is this, I was born here, I was born here, we've already seen it on your CV. The panel already knows you before you got there. Can I lie to us again? We have Googled you and checked you out on your social media platforms. I've put your name on Facebook, it has come out. Okay. So I saw the day you were at the beach. I went for a party. I checked how often you post on your Facebook and your Instagram. You post at 10 a.m. in the morning. You post at 9 a.m. in the morning when you should be doing my work. You don't know that we look at those things. And so 15 posts within 3 hours, between the hours of 9 and 12. When 9 and 12 is the critical work hours in an organization. So we've checked you out everywhere. Oh, she's a chorister in her church. Oh, good. So we already know you before you've come to the panel. So let me give us a secret today. What you don't want people to know about you, don't post it. What you don't want people to know about you, don't post it. Just once a person did birthday, my mother's birthday, you put it on Instagram. My son's birthday, you put it on Instagram. Your vacation in the Bahamas, you put it on Instagram. And then you make a comment about Buhari. Buhari is mad. You put it on Instagram, on Facebook. All those things. Social media has no, how will I say, it does not forget. The internet does not forget. Every single thing you do on the internet is archived. So what you don't want people to see or know about you, what we will not do, don't post it. Don't post it. If you go to my Instagram page, you might see like 30, 50 pictures. It's only my picture you will see there. You won't see my husband, you won't see my children, and I'm deliberate about it. It's deliberate. Nothing about any other person that I want to showcase out there but myself. So we know you before you come. Am I communicating? So the time of pretending has passed. Your panel already knows who you are as a person. Some people, it's only their professional life that you will see about them. So be well prepared about basic questions like tell us about yourself. We just want to know you, your skills, what you love doing, what makes you thrive, and all that. Not about your biodata. We don't want to know about biodata. Next slide, please. Also, what to do before the interview. Dress up how? Professionally. You must dress up professionally. For people interviewing for entry-level roles, try various online ability tests. There are several online tests. You have GMAT, you have skill set aptitude tests around your profession, around so many things you're interviewing for. Please go and do. What we're asking us to do from today, never just take any interview with levity. You need to prepare for it. It's like I did an exam. You need to prepare for interviews. Try various online ability tests. Stage your own interview. Do what? Rehearse. And how do you rehearse? It's the mirror therapy that I told us about. If they ask me this, what will I say? Many of us have frights when we go for. I've interviewed a lady before, fantastic, technically sound, but while she was with me, she burst into sweats. She couldn't compose herself. She was muttering instead of talking. She was stammering. She was shivering. She was all that and all, and I put it there, not employable, though technically sound. Rehearse before you get to the interview. Assume in your mind that you will meet the worst people on the panel. So how do I break that barrier? It's important. If they ask me these questions, what will I say? So that when you get to the panel, you're not saying, and I'm telling, do you want a cup of water? Are you okay? You want us to break for 5 minutes? Those are the questions. Those are things I tell people when they come for an interview, because I understand that fright. But if you look at the things we've been talking about, Google about the organization, learn what they do, Google about your interviewer, prepare, and all that, it will avoid you doing those things when you get into the room. Am I communicating? So stage your own interview rehearse. Also, know the content of your own CV. I've seen somebody say, let me see. At an interview. So you've submitted a CV, and you don't even know the content of the CV. Somebody told me, I did it at a business center. They helped me to do it. So pick your CV and look at all the information that is there and be sure that you can defend the information. Am I communicating? So when they ask you questions around your CV and you cannot answer, then there's a problem. Many of us have done copy and paste. Purpose, objective is somebody else's own. You only remove the name, date of birth, and all those things, and the address and telephone number. Every other thing is another person's CV. It's good. Many of us have given our CVs to CV writers to write for us. It's not bad. They've done a professional CV for you. Sit down and know the content of your CV. Have the list and contact of your references right there at the interview. I will show you another slide. If you are winning, the next thing they are asking is, who are your references? They will ask you who your references, because in a typical CV now, that space for reference, what you write there is to be supplied as requested, on request. Because if you've made me your reference and we fight tomorrow and it's still in your CV, and the recruiter goes to call the referee, say, I don't know how. Meanwhile, she actually knows you, but there's been an issue. So that space is always left blank to be supplied on request. But you could be asked at the panel, who are your references? Let me give us an instance. There was someone we were recruiting, and the guy was doing well. And one of the people on the panel said, your university, tell us about your university life. He said, I was the captain of the football organization. Think of another reason, career development. If you don't say it, we'll find out when we go and do reference checks. We'll find out. I've interviewed someone who was terminated. His reference went, they put it there, terminated. We're still employed. We're still employed. But we shouldn't talk bad about our previous employer. No, it's a no-no. So talk around your strengths in the organization. So in my former organization, they used to call me the Yaito. I was the chief organizer in my organization. Oh, really? Tell us around that. Anybody doing birthday, I'll be the one that will buy the cake. I'm always the one arranging the Christmas party and all that. Is a story, yes or no? So we're telling this person is a crowd puller, this person has relationship management skills, this person can manage people. Talk around your strengths and never talk bad about your former employer. Next slide, please. So what's that? It's a hot seat. So we've talked about what you should do before the interview. We want to talk about what you should do during the interview. So what to do during the interview? Now you're in the interview hall. You're already talking to the members of the panel. Can we go on, please? Okay. Let the interviewer show you the chair. Let the interviewer show you the chair. So you just walk into the in the room, and then you pull a seat and you sit down. They could still be expecting other members of the panel. They could still be expecting other members. So you come in and then you wait at the door. Good afternoon, sirs, Ama, and just wait. And they say, take a seat. Please ask, where? Okay, so take a seat. Where? Okay, then you take a seat. For the ladies, please don't put your bag on the table. We don't want to see your bag. Put your bag beside you. Are we interviewing the bag? I'm telling us little things. We're interviewing you. So anything that will cause a distraction, take it away from you. Put the bag beside you. You have an envelope that has your credentials. Can I say something? In the new normal, we won't ask you to come to the interview with your credentials. There's no need. Some will have even told you, attach copies of your, when you're responding, they will send you what we call a career history form, and they say, attach copies of your credentials. Do you think it's nice to be carrying brown envelope all over the whole place? I see them everybody carrying brown envelope. You shouldn't be dropping our rank like that. It's not good. Tell them, let's be telling them it's not good. When they invite you for an interview, they say, come with copies of your credentials. Not in the new normal, not now. We ask for your credentials when we are doing candidacy. You've done the interview, you've done the first level, second level. We've ranked down to the last 3, and that's candidacy. Is at that period we now come and ask you to give us your credentials so that we can do verification. So if you have a brown envelope with your credentials, please put it beside you, not on the table. Am I communicating with us? Because some of us will still go and interview in such companies, and they will still ask us for copies of our credentials. Now is the time to be submissive, not to be arguing. Who is looking for something, me or you? You now. So you have to be gentle and be submissive at that point in time. You're on the hot seat. So now is the time to be submissive. Next, please. So you don't offend the interviewer. Some interviewers could be interviewers from hell. Some might have been upset on the job. They're coming in with an anger and all that. So you don't, now it's time to be submissive, so you don't offend the interviewer. Be confident and ask and answer the question that was asked. They will ask you a question, you will take it from beggar to baggy in Ibadan. Then you take that one to Onikolobo in Abeokuta. Before you now come back to beggar, and we are still asking, you have not answered that question. They will only smile and then move to the next one. So you've gone for an interview, they've asked you 10 questions, and you never answered any of them correctly. But to you, you feel you've answered because you spoke. You spoke. But that wasn't the answer they were expecting from you. Have you ever led a team? Is that a yes or no? You say, when I was working at XYZ company, it was actually a one-man business, and we were just 5. But being that we are 5, I was the most senior. Have you answered my question? Have you ever led a team? Yes or no? If it's yes, how many? If it's yes again, you say, okay, was it a project team? What were you trying to achieve? How did you manage the team? You can say you've lost questions from the way you've answered the question. So, speak correct English. I'm going to dwell a lot here. No cliches. Please, it's a huge turnoff. In Nigeria, let me tell you our cliches. Shebi, it's like, as in, don't we all use it? We use those words. They are a no. Unacceptable. It's like when I was coming here now. It's like, it has become part of our lingua. It's like, as in, You know? And I'm looking at you. Somebody has come to a panel before and was telling me, yeah. Yeah, you got it, yeah. And I was like, this one is speak correct English. And I found out that our lingua in Nigeria is damaged. Let somebody just send you a WhatsApp chat. We're trying to decode the abbreviations that person has used. So I go as far as somebody asked me, how are your kids? I don't have kids, I have children. It's a goat that has kids. So I don't have kids. If you tell me how are your kids, I don't have kids. I won't answer. I'll tell you my children are fine. And I've learned this as far back as 10, 15 years ago. So when the children begin to misbehave, you refer to them as kids. But in our normal here in Nigeria, it's acceptable. When they ask you how are the kids, we all understand. But let's tell yourself, I want to be the one that will correct this thing. And it starts with you and I. When we begin to chat properly, when we're saying WhatsApp chat, how are you is how are you, not how are you. And we bring that to our formal communication setting. The workplace is different from our social life. But there's a thin line in between. And so most times we cross around. And then you're on an interview panel, and they're talking to you, and you're pointing, your hands are all over the place. You know, yes, when we're talking. When you're talking, you don't point. You roll your hands. I've tried not to be pointing since I got here. You roll your hands. You roll. Because pointing at people is derogatory, and some see it as an insult when you point to them. You can Google public speaking, and most of this I'm talking to you about. So when you're now on the hot seat, you want to sit down properly and answer your questions confidently. Now, if you're someone who stammers, if I told you I was a stammerer, will you believe me? This person you're looking at was born a stammerer. But to the glory of God, I don't stammer again. But you know what helped me? That mirror therapy. I was deliberate to learn how to bite and chew my words. And if you've observed, that's how I've been talking. I've been biting and I've been chewing. I don't want to go back to stammering. So if you are a stammerer, you need to take time to know how to communicate. They will show empathy towards you, but brush you through the interview. And you won't get a second invite. So look at yourself and look at the gaps and deliberately decide to fix them. Because they will show up on that hot seat. Let me give an example. Okay, so when last did you take a fag? When last did you take a fag? Oh, so you smoke. I just asked you now, when last did you smoke? So I've asked somebody a question before, that question, and the person went berserk. I'm a pastor in my church. What do you mean? I don't smoke. No, that's an insult. But that was a stress question I put at him, and he bungled it. You could have just said, oh, sorry, I don't smoke. Oh, so you don't smoke. Okay, my apologies. That would have been my response. So there's what we call the stress interview, where they will ask you some questions that are stressful. We're only trying to check how you will cope under pressure on the job. I'm a pastor. I don't smoke. I don't. Okay, do you go clubbing? You didn't hear me. I said I'm a pastor. I don't go to club. Oh, okay, apologies. Okay. And the interview ended. It was a sales role. And we know in sales, there are some specific places you can close deals. We know that in sales is not an 8 to 5 job. Sales require you to be somebody who socializes. And so you never know. A client calls and says, meet me up at XYZ. And you say, because in my church, we must not be same going to church, so I cannot go there. He bungled that interview. Do we get it? So anytime they're asking you some questions, I'm just trying to open up our minds to let you know what's behind the scene, what's in the mind of the interviewer. Somebody asked me a question and said, what's your most difficult, trying time of your life? And remember, I was like, why are they asking me that question? I should lie and just give them a scenario and just paint a scenario. But I told them what it was. And eventually, when I got that job, I found out that the person that was on the seat I was coming to occupy went through a hard time. She ended up in a mental home. Yes, she ended up in a mental home. She had psychosis and was in a mental home. And that was why they had to recruit me to come in. And they were only trying to find out what is the worst period of my life that I had gone through. Fortunately, it was the same thing that person was going through that I had gone through and had passed. Yes, that I had gone through and had passed. And I was telling myself that maybe they had asked everyone that was interviewed that same question. They were just trying to check your stress threshold. And they ask you, okay, so we're interviewing you. So when are you resuming our Abuja office? Hello, I don't think you heard me. You called me for interview here. Did you hear when I told you that I had 3 children and I was married? The person is telling me. I said, yes, I heard. When are you resuming our Abuja office? You know what I was just trying to tell you? How mobile are you? The response will have been, Abuja office, is that where the role is? We will say yes. Oh, fine. Just give me a week to think about it. But I'm more than willing. You are saying you are open to negotiations. I'm open to change. I'm malleable. Eventually, we might not even be recruiting for Abuja office, but I just threw you a stress question. Because there's a first clause in your letter of employment that says that please be aware that the company can transfer you within 48 hours. It's people like you that will come in and say, when we're interviewing me, you're interviewing for Lagos. You cannot be telling me now that you're taking me to Abuja. Madam, no. That's wicked of your company. You are so wicked. If they ask me now when I'm resuming in Abuja, I'm ready. I know someone that will say, I'm ready to go now. And when I asked, I said, when I get home, I'll go and talk to my husband. But I will agree now. We're still on the hot seats. So we talk about speaking correct English. How many of us are changing our lingua today? When they ask you, good morning, sir, good morning, ma, how was your night? Don't ask me about how my night was. You have no business with my night. My night is my night. Just some of the things that we say, how was your night? My night is my night. How many people agree with me? What I do with my night is mine. Don't ask me. It is not correct. Good morning, how are you? We are all alive again. Because some people fly in the night. Some people go for meetings in the night. So why are you asking them? You want them to reveal what they do in the night for you. Are we learning some things here? When you come into an organization, we're talking about speaking correct English. Introduce yourself properly at the front desk. My name is so and so and so. I'm here for an interview for the role of. Most times when you mention your name, if it's a proper organization like my own, I'm proud of my company. See me dusting my shoulders. We will have dropped your name at the front desk. They are waiting for you. Once you mention your name, person checks, please come, please go to room so and so. Some companies will keep you in the reception, right? And everybody passing will be looking at you. And you'll be pitying yourself for coming there. Introduce yourself properly. Smile. It's not the end of the world. But it's an interview. Interview means we want to know you and check out your suitability for a specific role. So if you're not suitable, fine. It's not the end of the world. When you're on the hot seat, please don't be too jittery. Can I lie to you? Everybody on the panel also have issues they are dealing with. Because you know what? We're all human beings. Every one of us have issues we're dealing with. Nobody is God. When you are God, that means you are omnipotent. Omnipotent means you are all in all sufficient. Is anybody here all sufficient? So first of all, tell yourself, they are human beings. We'll deal with it together. You go with that mindset. We're all human beings. We'll deal with it together. I will accord them the same regard that they will accord me. Don't get into an argument with anybody on the panel. I just gave you the background. It could be stress questions they are asking you. Still on that hot seat and still trying to speak correct English. We've said that we'll not use cliches again. Let's on our own stop using things like as in, it's like. Shebi, you know. So when I listen to radio stations in Nigeria and the OAPs are talking, I feel like writing and saying, please go back to school. Because what they are speaking on the radio is not correct English. I have an MD who has brighter grammar. How many of us remember brighter grammar? On his table, MD, brighter grammar. And I said, Oga, I said, Taiwo, I'm in school, oh. I said, sir, why? He said, you know what? Every day I go out and I don't know who I would meet. So I need to keep learning how to speak correct English. This was last year. So if MD can have brighter grammar, please. And the books are sold on the bus stops in Yaba, everywhere. Buy 300, 500, and you find out that most of us, how much? 250. See, uncle knows brighter grammar. I'm not saying our children are using checkpoints and not those advanced books. Brighter grammar. By the time you pick page 1 to page 10, you will do like this. You will slap yourself. But that is the way to start from. Learning how to speak correctly. Let's quickly run through this. We have a break in 10 minutes. Keep eye contact and be yourself. When I'm talking to you, I look at you eye to eye. You know why? You will come to decision making. You will have to make decisions on that job. And if you are coming and you cannot look at your manager eye to eye, then there's a problem. Though our culture says that when your seniors are talking to you, you do what? In the workplace, I beg to disagree, is the reverse. You must keep eye contact. And when you keep eye contact, it shows genuineness. Check it out. If anybody is lying to you, they start with eye contact and then they shift their gaze. Because I read a bit of human psychology, when I'm talking to you and you shift your gaze, it tells me it's lying. There's no genuineness. It's fake. If I'm talking to you, so the Yorubas will say, Oju lorowa. Maintain eye contact. Then maintain good posture and body language. Be professional. When the boss will come, say, at least they give me chair. Let me maximize my opportunity. Are you slouch? Are you sit anyhow? Just sit in a dignified manner. Sit up, maintain good posture, be professional. Now, immediately you're there, and they're introducing the panel member, and I will stop here, and they say, my name is so-and-so, I want to introduce members of the panel. And they say, on my left is Femi, Jide, Uche, and it tells you immediately that the culture there is first name basis. Latch onto it. First name basis. If they say first name, they call themselves by first name. During the interview, then you try not to use yes and ma. So what do you think about, yes? Your yes is not yes half expecting a ma. You know, there's way you can say yes. I know that I will have put ma, but the way you have talking, I remove ma. But you can say a yes and be affirmative. Yes, you latch onto the culture immediately. And when they say Mr. A and Mr. B and Mr., note that they are on that formality level within the organization. You, sir, and ma. Now, we have title. Personally, we have title. Somebody has been interviewed before, and they say, please remember, I'm Reverend. He was insisting. And they kept on using his first, I am reverend. You people are upsetting me. I am reverend. Keep your reverend under. A professional qualification is different from your religious title. So automatically, when they employ you, you will insist that your team members must call you reverend. For those of us that are working, and they call us apostle, pastor in the office, as your, we have nicknames in the office, please don't take it to an interview panel. Introduce yourself. My name is so-and-so. I'm a pastor of, in fact, I lead 17 house fellowship centers. When I speak in tongues, miracles happen. It's good, but it is not professional. Keep the professional side all the time. If they don't ask you about family, don't talk around family. I think America has defined 14 family types now. Yes. So it's not only man and woman that we are bugaing with our own. People have families without even getting married. It depends on their personal choice. And we must not show bias to anybody. So you cannot come on my panel and I will ask you, are you married or not? It's not my business. We will cross that bridge if eventually you are my chosen candidate. And there's a way I'm going to ask that you will not feel bad. Let me give an example. I'm interviewing a Muslim, and the Muslim has the hijab on in a panel. The worst I can ask around that is this a fashion accessory? You can say, have you started to ask? And if she says, no, it's not fashion, it is religious. Oh, excellent. If in our organization,
I enjoyed that tremendously. Did you? Please, can we give her a standing ovation? A standing ovation.
Thank you. You may have your seats. Thank you, ma. Okay, so as she mentioned, we're breaking for 15 minutes now, and we'd like to keep to time, because apparently, as we can see, we still have lots of things to learn. So, but within the 15 minutes, just this door to her right, once you go out, you see some people selling snacks, food, drinks, and water. So, but also note, once you see where they are set up, there is a class going on by the side. So please let our transaction be as quiet as possible. So I know we may be pushed to, oh, yeah, she was saying the truth and all, we've learned and all, but just get what you want quietly and please come back so that we don't get to disturb the people having the meeting. Then if there is any 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever number that is yet to register, please make your way to the registration stand. I think the closest one to us is the one here so that we can register. Then the convenience is just that, is through that door. You access the convenience through that door. So those are the information we would like to pass. Thank you very much. Okay, please, what's the time now? Okay, so by one time, it's 12:31. So we'd expect to get back by what? 12:46. So we have some accurate mathematicians and accountants, as you mentioned, in the class. So we are learning. So please, 12:46, let's be back. Thank you. Okay, so it's 12:47, and we should start heading back if we are here too. So please, if we can hear my voice outside, let's start heading back in. Part of what we've learned today is to be on time. So we are starting to practicalize.
Okay, so let's do a little leg walk. Let's be on our feet. You know what I call leg walk now. Sorry, thank you. And the last one, pardon me. Did we get it? Yes. So with our croaky voice, our soprano, our alto, our everything, we're going to do mass choir. There are 5 magic words. There are 5 magic words. There are 5 magic words that I know. Please excuse me. Sorry, thank you. And the last one, pardon me. From today, we're going to put that in our lingua. Be ready to say please. Ready to say excuse me. Ready to say sorry. Thank you. And don't say, what did you say? Say, pardon me. Many of us want to walk through the door and somebody is coming. We're supposed to wait. It's still service. Open that door for that person. You don't know who that person is. And I said that miracles are birthed where? In the place of where? Service. The second one we're going to do is now proper leg work. I've also learned that we need to go back to have hearts like children. Learning comes from you having the heart of a child. And a heart of a child is like what? Like a sponge. Always eager to absorb, to absorb, to absorb. The moment you feel you've known it all, depreciation starts. The moment you feel, what are they saying? I already heard it before. Depreciation starts. So today we've agreed that we'll have hearts like what? Children. Our hearts are going to turn into sponges, that we're going to be beginning to absorb things that would help us to achieve our goals and our purpose. And my song is My Head, My Shoulder. Don't laugh. I want to see people who are still children like me. So let's sing it together. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes, my head, my shoulder. Kito. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes, they all belong to Jesus. So we're going to allocate our voices. We've all said that communication is key during interviewing and that your interviewer must hear you. You can hear me, yes or no? Yes. Even without the microphone. So I've taught myself that. And we've also told ourselves that we must be prepared like the Boy Scouts. So if now the microphone stops to speak, I will still achieve purpose. We will still continue this lecture. I will still gain what we should gain. Who can hear me? Who cannot hear me? So we're going to allocate our voices and we're preparing for our interview. Yes or no? Yes. We're going to talk with confidence. We're going to walk with confidence. We're going to act in that manner that we're walking through that door to sit on where that hot seat. So let's go ahead. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. They all belong to Jesus. How many of us? Let's sit down. Who here is experiencing change? Who is something changing in the inside of them? In the last few hours, who has had a mind shift? In the last few hours, who is going back to do something differently? In the last few hours, who understands vision? In the last few hours, who has understood the concept of purpose? In the last few hours, who has turned into a victor? Great. So we're moving ahead. A slide, please. The next slide. Okay, so speak about special skills relevant to the role. So the role you are interviewing for, you know that Google is our friend. They say customer service officer. What are you interviewing for? Customer service officer. What do you know about the role? It's like, is that person that attends to customers? Many of us respond like that at interviews. That person that attends to customers. Go and Google about the role and speak about special skills relevant to the role. You are applying for the role of an accountant. Give me 2 qualities of a good accountant. It's accountant. It's accounts now. The person must know accounts. The person must know accounts. No. A good accountant must understand discretion and confidentiality. A good accountant must be calm and must be good with figures. You have answered the question. So please, when we're interviewing for a particular role, put that role title on Google and understand the role so that you're able to talk around special skills relevant to that role. Let's move on. We're still talking about what to do. Talk about positives and give examples. What don't you like about the role? Your former role, you're interviewing. In my office, we used to close late. Facts, we don't have closing time. So is that why you want to leave the job? Yes. My office is at Alakoko, and I live in Odonguyon, Akute. And you know, the thing is always stressful. They were doing hand like this. And I was thinking if I can get a place, they're showing me a place that is closer to my house. So you've only just told me that the reason why you're interviewing for that role is because of location. So don't pick the negatives. While it's good, don't pick the negatives. Dwell on the positives. I'm of the opinion that if I get this job, I'll have an opportunity to know more people because I have excellent people management skills. And so I believe that I can act as your front desk or a customer service person. I believe if I get this job, through my interactions with our customers, we can retain them better and all that. Talk around the positives of the role. Let them say we are lying. Yes, we are lying. Talk around the positives of the role and how you coming in will impact the business. Let me tell you today, employers are not looking for liabilities. I'm trainable. If you train me, if you just train me, I can do the job well. I will say, well done. I am not ready, in my mind, ready to train anybody. I thought about self-development, one of the success habits. Google the role, define the requirements for the role, and begin to tutor yourself around meeting the expectations. I'm not saying that employers don't train, they do, but you need to come with something that you can put on the table. You need to come with a differentiating factor, a wow factor. So talk about the positives and give examples. Can we move on? Okay, now, what you should not do during an interview. We've talked about the things you should do. Now, what you should not do. Don't slam the door. No one of us will enter the room. And the door will do, bah! Sorry, I did not know. Don't say that. Handle the door with care. Open it and close it. Don't slam the door. Don't sit unless you are asked to do so. Don't sit unless you are being asked to. Don't dress down. Oh, it's a Friday. You know, on Friday, we dress down in my office. They now called me for an interview in another organization, and you dress that way to that place, and you said, you know, it's Friday, I dress down. It's a no. Interview is interview. I've seen people come and interview for roles, and they won't put on a tie. Why don't you overdress than underdress? Am I communicating with us? You're going for an interview, you're not wearing a pair of socks. You're going for an interview, you're in a suit, and you're wearing sandals. Yes, you put know that I'm saying the truth. Am I lying? Yes, we are saying the truth. You're going for an interview, and you wear a sleeveless gown for an interview. Please, overdress than underdress. Don't dress down. Don't assume. Dress properly. You just sewed one Ankara gown and you blinged it. And the blinging is pawon. It's called Shana Wale. And it's not an interview and it's a Friday. Let me give them this my Shana Wale. And you go for the interview. You have Shana Wale, you Shana Jade. Dress properly. Go to the company's website. Go and click on people and culture. Have an idea on what's going on there. Dress appropriately. Please don't dress down. For me, it's a no-no. So when you come for an interview, I would interview and I would say, unfortunately, we'll end it here. I will reschedule you for Monday or Tuesday next week because you cannot meet the principal. Principal means maybe the manager I'm recruiting you for or the MD. You can't meet the principal like this. You have the skills. Don't get me wrong. But I will advise you, when you're coming on Monday, please do your hair. Please do this. Please do that. Wear a tie. Wear that. Somebody has interviewed for a PA role. And he came in a shirt and a trouser, no tie, sandals. And that's the PA to the MD. Do you know that maybe it was his own interpretation. Maybe he thinks the PA were recruiting someone that will be making tea and coffee for the MD. The PA in the new normal is that the MD cannot even attend a meeting. He's saying, my PA will be representing me at that meeting. Either male or female. A representation of the principal. I hope you know what I mean by the principal here. Not principal of a secondary school. The manager you'll be working with. And so I told him, we'll schedule you for Monday. Please go back, dress up properly, and come for the interview. Dress down. Please don't go for an interview wearing red. Women, don't go for an interview and wear a red suit. Red jacket dress. You now put red shoe. No, the hair is even good. You now put red earring. It's fine. It's not, I don't have any bias against it. But moderation is very important. Because you don't know somebody in that panel who has an aversion for red. And immediately you've created a bias. Whether we like it or not, people have biases. And it's their opinion about a concept or something. We can't remove it. We can't remove it. But you are the one looking for something. And so you have to try to align. Don't go for an interview and your cleavage is showing. You think you're selling markets. It's a no-no. Don't go for an interview and then you are pulling down. Can you see my skirt? It's deliberate. I'm deliberate about my dressing. And it's something that I've done over the years. Pageants. Let it be black or blue. That is if it's acceptable in that environment. But like I said, you can't get it wrong with a suit. Just get a suit, a nice pair of shirts. Keep it as, be laying hands on it. This is my interview dress. Father, with this dress, you open doors for me. For everywhere I've worked, I had the dress that won me that job. And I cherish those items. Look at this. This was my dress that I wore that got me that job. Pray on it. And give yourself time. I will only wear this dress 5 times. God, the door must open. And anytime you wear that dress, tell yourself, yes, the heavenly host, they are going with me to this interview. The action word I'm talking about here is us being deliberate and thorough. Being deliberate. Please don't fidget. I just told us we are human beings. The panel members are human beings too, and we all have issues we are dealing with. Don't fidget. Don't show sign of panic. Also, don't rush while you are answering the questions. When you rush through answers, we are thinking is either you are just talking book knowledge, you have no idea, or you are lying. So don't rush through while you are answering the questions. Take your time to answer the questions. If you didn't hear well, please say, can you come over? Can you come again on the question? There's nothing wrong in you asking them to repeat themselves for you to understand. Please don't lie. You can never tell whom your interviewer knows. I just gave you examples here. Don't lie. Say it the way it is. Somebody came for an interview, said she finished from a university and got a degree in a particular course. And then, right there and then, we found out that while the university was offering that course was not active on the curriculum as at the year she graduated. Did you get me? So automatically, she did not graduate. You never know who the interviewer knows. So while the university was offering that course, standard, the year she claimed she graduated, that course was not yet active on the curriculum of the university. So I also said it, don't speak badly of your past or current employer. Don't speak badly about them. Why do you want to leave them? Can I tell you? They've not paid us in 6 months. Businesses go through challenges. Before the 6 months, they did not pay you. They were paying you. They were paying you. You now say, that's my own response to that. That will be my own response. You next thing you say, the business has money. Our MD is always going to America every month. In fact, he just came back last week. Sorry, when he was registering his company with CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission. Did you follow him there? No, because those are some mindsets we need to deal with. Many of us have entitlement mentality that we need to break that mindset here, now. And if you don't break it, it will debar your progress. If you're in an organization and you are comparing yourself with the MD, he has come back again. He just came back from Canada. That's how they were spending our money. Your money. Because the day he slept and he got the vision to incorporate a company, you were not there. The time he took to gather his money together to register that company, you were not there. Be answering me, yes or no. Were you there? When he rented the office and furnished it, were you there? You only came in to interview and you were lucky to get the role. Now, I want us to understand, there's a book by Watchman Nee that is talking about understanding spiritual authority by Watchman Nee. You see, for everyone God has given power or position, they will give accounts. The MD of the company will give his own account to God on how he has managed the vision God gave him. Don't kill him before his judgments. He will even give account to God on how he owed his employees month's salary. What we should do is, I'm working in this organization, I work with all my heart. The moment there's a switch, in your mind, please resign and go. I've told myself that several times. I've done it on several occasions. Once my commitment with an organization begins to wane, I plot my exits. There's no need. I want to break tables here. It is a curse. It is a curse to work for an employer and talk bad. That employer is paying you an income. Be answering me yes or no. It's paying you an income. Yours is to go in there, do the work. If it doesn't favor you, please plot your exits. You can't be talking bad on one side and then expecting a return on one. Words are seeds that we sow, and they will germinate. They will germinate. I'm sorry if I've upset you. I'm sorry. But those are the principles that I have worked with and has helped me. Don't necessarily wait till the end of the interview before you ask your questions. If you have any question, ask it. Can I ask a question? I have a question. It shows us that you're inquisitive. It shows us that you're yearning for information and knowledge. So you don't have to wait until the time. Do you have any questions for us? You'll not be forming in your head. What's the name of the MD? What's the vision of the organization? Don't wait until the end of the interview session before you ask your questions. The only questions I ask during interview is, when am I starting? Try it. Any questions for us? Yes, I have a question. When am I starting? You are telling them that you feel you've done well. You're telling them you are courageous. You're telling them you are bold. You're telling them, I need an answer now. So if they tell you, we'll get back to you. But you've asked a question. I've interviewed people like that, about 3 people who have asked, when am I starting? And basically they said, oh, that's a bold person. The person is waiting for a response. I mean, if this person is in marketing, this person will close the deals, asking now. He wants a response now. I've also asked that question too at interviews, and the board members laughed. Because I asked, okay, any questions for us, Taiwo? I have only one question. I understand your philosophy, your vision, your plan, your strategy. When am I resuming? And the person said, why did you ask that question? I feel because I'm the best person for this job. And the MD stood up and gave me a handshake. Welcome on board. Ask the question, when am I? If you don't have any answer, any question for them, don't say I don't have any question. Just ask, how did I fare at this interview, and when am I resuming? For every question, there's what? There's always a response. So what you should not do in the interview, I've just reeled those things out for us. Please don't dress down. Please don't wear sleeveless. Women, please don't go and wear leggings and you call it jeggings. You know, they have jeggings now. That's jeans and leggings. Leggings, jeggings, skinny. For me as a person, all those things are no-no. Jeans is jeans, straight jeans or boot cuts. All the jeggings, leggings, all those things, they're not in my own dictionary and not in my wardrobe. Just dress properly, appropriately. Do we know that we can dress our shape and we can dress our size? You are a size 18, you go and buy size 16 and tell yourself, I lose weight. I will lose weight. But you don't wait until you lose weight. You now start wearing that dress size 16 and you're a size 20. And we know, let me tell you something, we're all children of God, right? Anything you do and there's a prick in your heart around, that thing pricking is called conscience. Once you do it, you wear something and there's a switch in your mind, it's just telling you, that's the Spirit of God telling you it's unacceptable. Just go back in, change, and do the right thing. Okay, let's move on. What to do after the interview. So you've done the interview, what to do. Thank the interviewer. Thank you for this opportunity. It could be on the panel. Thank you for inviting me. Because they've introduced themselves to you, please, you'll have kept their names in your head. Thank you. Stretch out your hands, shake them. Or it could be via an email. The same email that was sent to you, respond back. I really appreciate the opportunity to interview at your organization. I look forward to a positive response from you. Thank you. Thank them. Some don't like you to be hounding them. So you've sent that message. Please send only once and just retreat. Some will be sending every day, every day, every day, every day. It will seem as if you are disturbing them and that you are desperate. Some may even go ahead and not respond to you or block you right away. Don't keep at it. Once you've thanked them, stay away. List out the power fact to improve on. Now, some interviewers will give you feedback. I do most times for most roles. So thank you for interviewing our organization. It was nice interacting with you. However, we will not be able to take this interview further at this point. But please find below our feedback. And they will give you feedback. 1, you came in late. 2, there was someone who came to interview, and she knew somebody on the panel. And right there, they said, so I know you. I know you at Osu. So I know you now. He even now gave the guy's nickname. Are you not? And this person is the director of the organization. And immediately we looked at the person and said, Carrie. You know when we do this to men, you know that you're saying strong man. And he was so embarrassed. But for the lady felt she showing her affinity or affiliation with that person would make her get the job. But it was a no-no. It was a no-no. And so we had to give her that feedback that when you go and interview and you know anybody on the panel, please keep it, unless the person shows you that recognition. So you can list out, so the feedback they give to you, you can improve on them. Also, leverage on your network, and you can also get back to them and say, if there's any other opportunity for me, you can please invite me in. Or I now have this added skill. As when I interviewed in your organization, I did not have this skill. I now have this skill. I wouldn't mind if there's any vacant position for me that I can occupy in your organization. These are the things to do after the interview. Don't go knocking there every day. I'm here for feedback. As a matter of principle, companies are not obliged to respond to you. I interviewed there and they did not respond to me. They're not obliged to. But as a way of strengthening their employer brand and courtesy, some will respond back. Did you get the difference? If you interview anywhere and they don't reply your mail, they don't get back to you at all, close the window, move on. They are not obliged to respond to you. But for companies who are trying to strengthen their employer brand and show courtesy, they would respond. Do I respond? I respond. And it's within 48 hours. You will know immediately whether we're going further. Congratulations, we're moving to the next level, or at this point, we are cutting it off. So that you're able to deal with. Another reason why people don't respond back is that we find it difficult to take bad news, supposed bad news. They find it difficult to take bad news. So they would rather don't want to hurt you, and so they will not respond. But which will you prefer? Let's talk about it. I want a response. I will prefer a response so that my mind is not always there. My mind is not always there. Let's move on. Okay, so this is a picture showing signs that you got that your job interview went well. If you go for an interview and your interview runs longer than 30 minutes, there's signs that you're doing well. They talk about salary. Okay, so let's negotiate. There's an exchange of contact information. So how can we reach you? Any other way we can reach you apart from your CV, the details you have there, any second number. They're asking around your references. They're asking where do you live and things like that. It's showing that the interview went well. And then you get an invitation for a second interview. These are signs that your job interview went well. I said there are signs. All these things will happen and you might not get the job. And I'll tell you, let me give you a typical example of what happens behind the scenes. We're interviewing for a role. And the role reports into another role. So it's a middle management role. You've gotten your candidates, you've negotiated, HR issue letter of offer. Because I'm a child of God, somebody keeps telling me, hold back. Hold back. And then 3-4 days later, I get a call that the manager that person will report into just resigned. Or the company gets feelers that this person is trying to resign. Hey, well, let's hold on. And so the terms of the role change. Now say, merge role A and role B and look for someone who can do the two together. You can see the interview went well. But the dynamics at the back end changed. Dynamics changed. So if I'd communicated to that person, I'm telling you reasons why they also don't communicate back. If I'd communicate to that candidate, thank you, you were successful, we are making you an offer, please look out for our email for us to commence negotiations. The person is excited, right? And I get back, how will I go back to that person and tell the person, the dynamics have changed? And so things change at the back end. Things change at the back end. So now I had to merge role A and role B and look for different candidates entirely. And we had to start the interview all over again. Fresh candidates. Because the skill set requirements changed. So you can get all these signs, but things can still, so you need to begin to pray. All those walls of Jericho that are debarring me from getting that job, Holy Ghost fire, pull them down. Anything that will make them to change their mind after I've been chosen as the candidate. We could also have a case whereby you have a candidate, Taiwo, employ. And then they now say, bring this person from Port Harcourt to take that role. We will upskill that person. That way, we are saving money, bringing in a new hire. Am I communicating with us? Those are things that happen at the back end. Why are we filling a new role? This person meets the skill set requirements 50%. If we train here and there, we can upskill. So transfer this person from this location to this location and then close out that recruitment. And they never get back to you. So most times when they don't get back to you, it's not that you did not perform well. It's not that you did not perform well. But it's just that the dynamics around the role changed. So are we happy? Don't always feel bad when you don't get back to you. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on, please. I think somebody likes the picture. Somebody likes the picture. Okay, so now we've talked about interview, so we can pack that. We've dealt with the first part of the master class. Before the interview, what you should do during the interview, and what you should do after, and also how to manage our expectations. Now, how do we search for jobs? I said the quality of the hire, quality of the people we bring into our organization is hinged on what? 3 things. I've talked extensively around the recruitment process, the interviewing. I said the next thing is the source of hire. Where are recruiters looking at to pick hires? Because you need to be where recruiters are, yes or no. You need to be where they are so they can see you and then give you an invite. So use your network and connect with the right people. I discussed something around success habits, around association. Use your network and connect around people. So you're in church on a Sunday. Good afternoon, good afternoon. You're always greeting that person. You don't know where that person works. You know where that person lives. The moment you get that person's name, go and put it on Google. The next time you're greeting them, good afternoon, sir, you're handing them your CV. Am I communicating with us? I said everything that you need to succeed in life is where? All around you. And you're greeting them, you're asking them for money for transport. That's not what you should be doing. Increase your network with them. Let me give you somebody's story. Somebody very close to me. She started as a lesson teacher for the child of somebody in her church. I want to be her lesson teacher, and she started tutoring that child. Today, she's a top HR person. And when I look at that lady's story, her success started in the place of service. In the place of service. Use your network and connect with the right people. Customize your resume and cover letter. Application letter is what you write, right? And you attach your CV and you go and drop it somewhere. Cover letter is e-copy of your application letter. So when you're applying for something, now say drop a cover letter, you now type, my name is so and so, I got this application, I got notice of this vacancy here and there at this location. I'm applying for this role. This is my skill set. This is the skills that I have. This is what I'm bringing on board. That is the cover letter. Customize your cover letter. Another thing we also do around here is that you have sent your CV to XYZ company. ABC company is also looking for, I've advertised a vacancy. You now forward that email that you sent to XYZ to me. Very good. You know what I do? Click delete. You don't respect me enough to even clean out. And I'm seeing from your CV, forward fw.application for. It's the same role. You only just forwarded it. Some even forward the CV with the role title of the other role that is not similar. Are we seeing where we're missing it? That is not similar to the one you're applying for. The worst of it is you sending CV to 50 employers at the same time. So you say to mutual benefit, AXA Mansard, you now, and I'm seeing the email. It shows me, number one, you're not decisive. Number one, you're not thorough. Number one, you're not respectful. Okay, so let's also remove a myth. There's a mix-up between CV and resume. So in the olden days, they call it curriculum vitae, your CV. Your CV is a total combination of your career life. Everywhere, your history is like your history. Am I communicating with us? Everywhere you've worked, your accomplishments, your achievements, everything, that's your CV. So most times, my CV is 8 pages, but my resume is just 2 pages. My resume is just a brief of what I currently do and how I've customized that CV to reflect the role I am applying for. So be careful when you send a copy of your CV. CV means we want to know everything about you. Send a 1-pager resume. Please go and get an abridged version of your CV, speaking only to the role you are applying for. Am I communicating? Not that they say send CV, you send resume. Send resume, you send CV. Search for the right job. This takes us back to what I discussed around success. What am I trying to achieve? What do I want? Not just search for any job. They're looking for IT manager, you apply. IT officer, you apply. System programmer, you apply. Hardware technician, you apply. They are all different roles, and we all know it. Apply for the right job. Most of us think, let me just throw my CV in. God can help me. A miracle can happen. And they will call me. They may call you. Maybe they want to humor you. Please search for the right job. Find a way of getting noticed by your dream company, and I'll tell you how. You love this company, you love this brand. Follow them on LinkedIn. Go and follow them on LinkedIn. Go and follow them on their Instagram. Follow them on Twitter. Comment on their page on Twitter. When they tweet around something, respond to it. That way, you can get noticed quickly by your dream company. Am I communicating? Go and follow them on their social media platforms. Attend their events if it's an open house event. Let them know that you're one of their champions. Talk well about them because you want to work with them. So that when you are interviewing, they can say, oh, but I'm just saying it works. Follow them on their social media platforms. Attend their events if it's an open house event. And just place yourself in their faces. You never know what might come out of it. Also, to position yourself and be strategic, rank well on LinkedIn and Google. How many of us have LinkedIn accounts? Fantastic. Okay, if you look at your LinkedIn account, because it will tell you basic, intermediate, or experts, or what do they call it? All experts. Ensure that you put all the required information on your LinkedIn that will optimize your search on Google. So we have what we call the SEO, Search Engine Optimizers, that when they Google, your name will come as one of the top in that profession or within that field. Go to your LinkedIn page. Your picture that you have put there, is it a good picture? Photograph in the studio is 1K. You can say I use 1K. I didn't use 1,000. To let you know how easy it is. Go to a studio and do a very nice headshot. Wear your best suit, if that's the only one that you have. Do a good headshot and put on your LinkedIn page. A professional picture. Your name, your everything. Go and you can check other people's LinkedIn page and look at how they have done their own page and just mirror it in your own LinkedIn. Am I communicating? Optimize yourself on LinkedIn and Google. Post articles on LinkedIn. Comment on whatever other people are saying. Go and look at people that we call influencers on these platforms and follow them. When you follow them, anytime they post, you will see that post. You can either like that post or make a short comment around it. You are optimizing your own search. Because for every time you like or you comment on their post, somebody is clicking on your own profile and checking you out. And once they check you out, the next thing they're saying is, you get a connection request. You get a connection. So-and-so person wants to connect with you. For some people, on LinkedIn, if you get to 25,000 followers on LinkedIn, you can no longer connect with people. All you can now get is followers. So how many of us are going to be enhancing our LinkedIn pages? And you know what? A lot is happening on LinkedIn now. I spend an average of about 3 hours a day on LinkedIn. A lot is happening on LinkedIn. A lot is going on there. It's almost turning to the Instagram of the professional world. So much communication is going on LinkedIn. You're connecting with people all over the world, all over the world. If I post something on LinkedIn now, I'll just see you have 14,000 views of this post from 33 countries. I will say, what did I just post? And 14,000 people have looked at it from 33 countries. To show you how wide LinkedIn is. Okay. We're waiting, sir, ma. Focus on, no, we're not yet here. We're not yet here. Somebody loves this picture. But it's beautiful. Okay. Focus on job sites where companies use to recruit. So we have what we call the applicant tracking system. Before, we used to buy, people that in my generation, we used to look out for Tuesday and Thursday Guardian. How many people in that generation? Okay, let's drop our hands. We are there. So we'll go and queue and check Tuesday and Thursday, Vanguard, Guardian, because that's where the vacancies are. But now, companies are beginning to use other job boards. We call them job boards, where they post their vacancies. Okay, so if you use, some companies use what we call the ATS, the applicant tracking system. So I use an ATS. If I have a vacancy, I only have to key in that vacancy on my ATS. My ATS would automatically post that job vacancy on 14 job boards. Career Nigeria, Jobberman, LinkedIn. You know all those career, all those, we know them, Job Niger, all those platforms. It will post it there. You need to have profiles on those platforms. Not only have profiles on those platforms, create an alert system on your profile that will alert you when a job similar to what you are looking for is posted there. And some seemingly inconsequential platforms, you'll be shocked what is going on there. I've gotten a job on Nairaland. How many of us know Nairaland? Nairaland is like a gossip zone. The worst of news, you see it on Nairaland. But I got a job on Nairaland, and I was on that job for 6 years. On Nairaland. Because when I go on Nairaland, I will not go and be clicking gossip, otokoto, who died, who did they kidnap. I'll go and click on jobs, vacancies, education. And those are the links I'll be reading. I mean, the posts I'll be reading. And I got a job there, from there. So make sure that you're available. Create a nice profile for yourself on Career Niger, Hot Niger Jobs, on Jobberman. After you do that, also set an alarm for every vacancy, for every advert around HR manager between 10 to 15 years experience. Please alert me. It will alert you. It will alert you. Let's move on. Still that same slide. Link yourself with credible recruitment consulting firms. Off the hook, how many of us know at least 5 recruitment firms? Off the hook. I know 5 recruitment firms. I want our hands up. I know 5 recruitment firms. None of us. I know 2. Where not only that you know them by name, you know their office. And you can always go there and drop your CV. Now, this is beyond dropping your CV. It's with you going there and saying, this is the skills I have. Please, I need a job. If you have any vacancy or yes, that you're recruiting for, please count me eligible. You'll build a relationship with them. It's even as far as, this is my email and this is my contact number. Please call me. I am always available. I have some firms that for every role, top role that they have available related to my career, they will give me a call first. Ty, are you interested? Because now most key jobs are not on Jobberman. How many people agree with me? Some companies will say, we don't want you to announce us. Look for that, recruit for that role for us codedly. And so the recruitment firms will only call those people that they know, and those are the people that they go. It's called job bidding. You go and bid for a job. If this vacancy is available in your organization, please consider me. I am available. I've seen people who are tired on a particular role. They will only call the firm. I want to move from here. Oh, you want to move? We'll call you. And the consulting firm will just call them. They'll come and interview, and they've moved. Because they have a relationship with them. So please Google consulting firms in Nigeria. You might not have access to the PwC and the EY and the KPMG. But there are consulting firms that are recruiting on the go all the time. Go and follow them on LinkedIn. Go to their website. Go and visit their websites. Get a contact number. Call them. And tell them about yourself. Let me tell you something. You need to, first of all, learn how to market yourself. And it's you, first of all, believing in who you are as a person. So I tell myself, monkey no fine, mama like calm. You need to get to that level whereby you accept who you are as a person and you're not bothered about what any other person says about you. That's maturity and self-realization. Get to that level. We all need to get to that level. Because it's that maturity and that confidence that are going to exude out that will make you that will attract you to a recruiter or an employer. So if you don't believe in yourself first, how do you want to pass an interview? Because what do you think you're saying at interview? You are marketing yourself. Am I communicating with us? We need to get to that level. It's called maturity and self-realization of who you are as a person. Next, that same slide. Make sure that companies can find you and can reach you. Many of us, the phone numbers on our CVs, we don't use them again. Many of us, the phone numbers belong to our boyfriend, our fathers, our mothers, our uncles, our aunties. And so we call the line, can I talk to Yinka? There's no Yinka on this line. The person calls the phone. The person that you even put his or her phone number on your CV, you didn't tell that person that I've used your number on my CV. Peradventure, somebody calls. Please, the call is for me. Get a functional line. Make sure that you are reachable all the time. Some of us, we are looking for jobs, and they call us, and we're asking, who is that? From where? I say, who is that? You called my number. There's no village people working against us. You're looking for a job, so you should know what you should expect calls. People will call you. But at the same time, too, telephone conversations in Nigeria are most times they go south. Hello, good afternoon. Am I talking to? That's what they call. Am I talking to Taiwo Abaton? They expect you to say yes, right? How do you feel when they say that immediately? Somebody tells you and calls your name. You feel pissed. You know what's supposed to do? If I call you, my name is Taiwo Abaton. I'm calling from XYZ. Am I speaking with? So when they come from the other angle first, hello, am I talking to, can I talk to, oh, not that can I talk to, am I talking to? The next thing I'll say, okay, who am I speaking with? Where are you calling from? So I'll take you back to the first question that you should have said when you called my number. But please, don't do that with me. Don't do that way when it's your turn. If they call you that, am I speaking with you? Say, yes, I'm the one. How can I help you? Not, yes, you called my phone. Yes, how may I? Yes, from where? Who are you? Because, okay, thank you. And they will cut the phone. You are not ready. Success comes when opportunity meets preparation. One of the things we're doing here is preparing. Please, make sure that you are available and you are reachable. I'll talk around emails. For some of us, we don't even check our emails. So they send you an interview invite, and 1 week later, you'll now be responding, I am just seeing this. How does that concern me? Please, can you reschedule me? The world out there is competitive. Nobody will wait for you. They don't even know you, so they won't respond. So if you go to your email every day, even that if the last data you have, go to your email every day, check your email. Also around email, most of us, our email addresses are not professional. You see cutie star at, there's some domain names that are funny. Cutie star at rockmoney.com. Rockmoney is a domain name. Who is cutie? Who is star? Please take your first name dot your surname and just create an email on Gmail. You know why? So it's more about data. So it's a spreadsheet. First name, surname, telephone number, and email. Once they see an email, most times they want to link your email to you. Your email shouldn't be far from your name. So I have 4 email addresses. I'm sorry, and I have no apology, and I might still create more. But I have the one that is professional, that I use all the time. And it's just my first name dot my surname at the domain name. Most people have even stopped using Yahoo now, because Yahoo is like, Yahoo. Sorry about that. But they go for Gmail. You can use Gmail. Create an email that will be on your resume, that you know that this email address is dedicated to me looking for jobs or my professional identity. So many of us are changing our emails. We're not condemning that other one, but we're only creating one that is professional, that has our name up front. I've talked about you being available and accessible. Now, I've had to do interviews, telephonic interviews, in the night. So I'm also going back to the frame of be prepared. Be prepared. Though a courteous organization would have called you prior, This is the first level interview and it will happen via the telephone. Kindly confirm your availability between the hours of 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. between Monday and Wednesday. You will tell them, I'm available 7 to 9. It's not that when it's 7 on that Wednesday, you now be in a bus. I'm just coming from digging deep in the church. Digging deep is good, but please, if you've given an appointment, they will call you at that time. And you know what they're trying to test at that point in time? Your alertness. See the time, 9 p.m. What do we do most of that by 9 p.m.? We're in our beds, sleeping. But if you've confirmed to attend that interview via telephone for that time, please be available. And they will ask you the questions and questions. And most times when they do that, maybe they have a big pool. They're trying to cut the physical appearance of the entire pool. They don't have a space to accommodate them, so they'll do that as the first-line interview. And then if you're positive, you move on to the next level. So please, your phones be available, be accessible, your emails, make sure everything is on point. Please, let's move on. Always check your email. Not employers will call or text you to invite you for interview. Don't miss it. Maybe I will start repenting. We don't call and we don't text. It's email. We don't call and we don't text. But if it's a critical that I need to fill, if I don't hear from you, most times you get an interview invite 48 hours before the interview date minimum. If we don't get to hear a response from the candidate, most times we call. But it's not normal. It's not usual. Sorry, I'm not saying it's normal. It's not usual. We do emails. So please be available. Always be prepared for the job opportunity. Always be prepared. Always be prepared. Prepared, prepared, prepared. Your dress prepared, your CV prepared, yourself psychologically you are prepared, you are ready. If you need to go and get a haircut that day, please go and get a haircut. I know what's very nice to be Malian. People they keep beards, they do all sorts. The women have all sorts of hairstyles. If you come for an interview, please shave. Shave and look neat. You're coming for the interview. When you get the job, you can start flexing. As you've gotten what you're looking for. But you need to create a first impression. I've seen people come for interview and they're sagging their trousers. A lot. But I also use the opportunity to reach out because I want to impart lives to help them, to talk to them around that. To talk to them around grooming, around presentation, and all the what's. Next, please. Okay, so we're going to CV writing. Are we okay with how I've extensively dealt around job search? How to optimize ourselves on LinkedIn? How to follow your brand, the brand you love? How to make yourself visible around them? Please, particularly on LinkedIn, let's optimize our visibility on LinkedIn. Spend at least 30 minutes on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is different from Facebook. Facebook is pure social. If you want to develop a path around career, LinkedIn is where you should be. When you get there initially, it's not always interesting because always articles around artificial intelligence, around this, around that. But I told you about habits. After a while, it will start looking interesting to you. Comment on people's posts, like them, follow them, send them friend connections. And you never know what will come out of it. So how to write a professional CV? I've discussed around resume and CV. And so we all agree here, we will not be mixing it up again. Okay, so now it's a CV. Next slide, sir. Okay, so what are the key elements? Your personal details. Gone are the days whereby the first page of your CV, you are harassing me. Watch my word. You know me, I'm a professional. I'm not HR. I'm HR. In the new normal, we are not looking for your personal details on the front page of your resume. The personal details comes on the last page of your resume and always the bottom half. Have we caught something? Did we get something? So how many of us are changing our CV today? How many of us are changing our CV? Sir? I said in the new normal, recruiters are not looking for your personal details. in your CV. Your CV comes on the last page and the bottom half of it. Even the personal details, there's a limit to what you put on your CV. In my entire work life, maybe in the early days, I had never put age, date of birth, on my CV. In this new normal, is a no-no. Because a professional organization would not look at age on your CV, and I'll tell you how we check that out. It's a different thing entirely. Age, sex, tribe, some of us even put our local government, state of origin. Those are biases that we are trying to disabuse in the workspace. I want to recruit you because you have the skill set requirement to do the job. It's not whether you're Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're Hausa, or you're Tiv, or you're Urobo. It doesn't really have anything to do with what we are trying to achieve as an organization. Because even in the workspace now, we have what we call diversity and inclusion. Because most of us think those are the things that people are looking out for. Then marital status, married or single. It really has little to bear in the scheme of things. So let me give you a short story. I went to a supermarket, and I bought something in the supermarket, and they said, do you have a customer loyalty card? And I said, I don't have. And she said, you could have gotten some discount. I said, do you have it available? She said, yes. She said, please fill this form. She gave me the form. And I just put my name, email, marital status, I left it blank. House address, I left it blank. And I gave it to her. She said, Ma, Miss or Mrs.? I said, how does that affect the discount I will get from your supermarket? Tell me how is a requirement that I have to disclose my marital status to get a discount in your supermarket. I said, no, it doesn't matter. I said, can I see your manager? I said, I would advise that you even remove this because this is a bias. It's a bias. These are my fingers. Are they equal? And that's what we call time and chance. Everybody's time and chance. So I've seen somebody get married at 25 and had to wait for 7 years before he had a child. Another person gets married at 43. And that same month, took in and had a child. These are real life experiences. Experience 1 is me. Experience 2 is a friend. So like I said, I've been lucky that I got married early. Time and chance. So I have friends who got married after me who their children are already in university. And mine is just going to year 3. But if you count the years, 19 years back, you can imagine where should have been. Do I get it? So for me, personally, based on experience, I've dealt with some biases. They don't matter. Age doesn't matter. They may be a decider over time, but not a principal requirement at the initial stage. I'm talking about CVs. So we are no longer going to put our marital status, we'll no longer put our local government, we'll no longer put our state of origin. Nationality, Nigerian. First name, surname, first name, second name, first name, middle name, surname. So that's at the back. Now, the front page of your resume, at the top headline, the top headline. And when you say headline is, when you are pushing your cursor of your computer, the first 4 spaces, when you push your cursor 1, 2, 3, 4, that is the top line of a page. On that space is where you put your name. Start with your surname, bolding it. You can also underline it. So, Abaton, I underline it. Comma, then my first name and my middle name. That is the first that should speak to your interviewer, your name. Now, some of us, we are bearing Sunday at home, but we are bearing Jide amongst our friends. Choose one that you want to be called. Hello, I'm not talking to Jide, but you're at home. So at home, you've been hearing Sunday since morning. So it didn't click that you were the one they were referring to. So I'm interviewing you, I'm checking your CV, I'm seeing Jide. What's your name? You're welcome. What's your name? My name is Sunday. You didn't quickly switch that. Oh, on my CV, I put Jide. You are sending a doubting signal to your recruiter. Choose which name you want to bear. And we confuse our children right from time with those things. They have a name they bear at home, and then in school, they have a name that they bear. So you've chosen the English name for school and for society, but there's a name they bear at home that you call them at home. We shouldn't confuse them. Choose one. So the name, then underneath that name, the next thing that goes there is your telephone number, TEL, telephone. Your telephone number, if you have one, if you have two. The one that is always with you should come first. The one that you know that come rain, come shine is always with you. Put it there. And then after the telephone number, the next thing, comma, your email address. And it's that professional email that we've all agreed that we're going to create. So the email address comes next. And then the final line on that top header is your house address. I'm going to break another myth here. Residential address is different from permanent home address. And in Lagos, most of us have two. So I live at Ibeshe in Ikorodu. But Monday to Friday, I have a one room that I've rented with a friend that is closer to my place of work. That one room that you have rented at Palm Grove with your friend, that you are always there Monday to Friday, is your residential address. That's where you reside. The house you have at Ibesha in Ikorodu is your permanent home address. Am I communicating? Reason is because during verification, you wouldn't know when we're doing verification. So you've scaled the pre-interview chat, the panel interview, you've done screening. We're now at screening, and screening is /verification. We now send the verification company, help us to go and verify this person. And it comes out, we went to this location, they said they have no idea who this person is. Do we get it? Under that address, please put where you can be located. I know as I speak to you now, many of us are going back to rewrite our CVs. Yes or no? Thank you. So we finished with the top header of our CV. Now, if you are a fresh graduate and you have not acquired any work experience, it is your educational qualification that comes in the body of the page. So you have, some will call it educational background or educational qualification. Now, it's even into two now. We have education and then professional qualification. So my education, BSc Accounting, University of Lagos, 2004. Professional qualification, ACCA, or ICANN. Is it ICANN they call them? ACA. ACA. So you write ACA 2017. I'm talking about the educational background part of our CV. Now, for those of us that already have work experience, that is the first thing you showcase. Your work experience. And when you're talking about work experience, you talk first about your most recent job. So, company XYZ, 2017, till what? Till date. It shows they are still there. Please, I said don't lie in your CV. If the till date has changed to December 2019, go and update that CV. And put December 2019. Meaning that you have stopped working there. But if you write till dates, because the HR industry is so, we know ourselves. I may look at that company and I may know the head of HR of that company. Hello, how are you? We're just gisting. This informal. Oh, do you know so and so person? I'm asking. Person, oh yes, I used to be our staff. Oh, really? Used to be? Why are you asking? Oh, I met him as a professional. I won't tell that person that you're interviewing in my organization. And I'll look at that, see, but this person said till date. But I heard that as of 2017, the person wasn't working there again. I know that we always want to fill in the gap. Till date, please, if it is still till date, make it till date. If it's no longer till date, put the date there. And then so you take it from the most recent to now. There are places where I have worked that do not reflect on my CV because I don't want it to reflect on my CV. So check it very well. Places that you don't want to reflect on your CV, please remove it. Am I communicating? Or places where you've worked and it's not relevant to the role you are applying for, remove it. At interview, we would observe that gap there and we'll ask you questions. We observed a gap that from 2014 to 2017, you weren't doing anything. Actually, I was doing something. I was working with so and so. Or you could say, I took a career break. Or you could say, oh, at that time, I got married and I was having children. It was my own decision to focus for those 4 years on family. There's nothing wrong in it. Nothing wrong in it. Or I was working with this particular company, but for me, interviewing for this role, it's not relevant, hence the reason why I removed it. As long as you have an explanation for that lacuna, it's fine. So when you take it that way, we've talked about educational background, and I've also been able to differentiate between education and professional qualification. Before we move there, there's a headline. You must have a headline of who you stand for. Let me give you my headline. Taiwo is a qualified HR specialist who values teamwork. There's a way I've coined it, whose aim is to assist organizations to achieve their strategy from the people side. She values people and understands and has imbibed teamwork as her philosophy. That's my own objective. That's my own statement on my CV. Before I started talking about educational background, they must have, after the four, we talked about four cursor space around title. The next thing should be your own statement that speaks about you. So in the early 2000s, in the early 90s, we used to have to go and do physical appearance at the embassy. How many of us used to do that? I can't tell you how many times they stamped my passport at the American embassy. But UK, you go in, you apply, you sit down, somebody will interview you. At that point in time, the decision to give you the visa is based on how well you can convince them. But now you do Dropbox. So what do? You package your application in such a way that you will put every supporting document. They can't see you. So it's what you put to them that would tell them whether to grant you the visa or not. Same thing with your CV. The recruiter is not looking at you, cannot even find you. Doesn't even know you. So it's your CV that is speaking for you. Your CV is you. So you must have your own personal statement. And it starts with your name. Tunji is a qualified accountant who has vast experience in auditing, in financial reporting, in, you know what those things, you put it there. Tunji loves people, or Tunji loves to calculate. Just write something about yourself. Something convincing, not copy and paste. Most of what we do is to copy and paste. You write objective, to work with an organization, to help them in. You just copy something. It doesn't speak about you. It must be convincing. That statement must be convincing. And you put it there. Before we now go to, I said if you're a fresh graduate, start with educational background. And if you are someone who has work experience, start with work experience. We also said that you must start with the most recent place where you work. And then you take it down. We're talking about CV here, so you need to broadcast yourself. So you talk about your achievements. So you now have another column that speaks to achievements. And in achievements, you will talk about everywhere you've worked and the milestones you hit while you were there. So in company XYZ, achieved top-line income of 150 million consistently for 5 years as head of sales. Managed the sales team to achieve the company's goals. Expanded the territory of the organization from 6 branches to 15 branches across 17 countries in Africa. Those are your achievements. You need to list them there. Please don't lie. If it is I, use I, did this. If it's worked with a team to achieve ABC, please put it there. Because at the panel, we will ask you, okay, so you work with a team to achieve top line of 150 million consistently for 5 years. What role were you playing within the team? You can now tell us, I was the team lead, or I was a team member. Fantastic. Oh, what a good team. What was your own portion of the contribution to the 150 million? Then you now start hearing M. Actually, I used to take minutes at a departmental meeting. It's something. That was his own contribution to the goal. That means he wasn't a frontline salesperson. He was playing a support role for the sales team. So why don't you put in your CV, worked as a support role for the sales team that achieved, be detailed. Worked as a school teacher, taught biology in this particular secondary school, and for 5 years, the biology students got A1 consistently in NECO exams. Those information are verifiable. The information you put under your achievements must be verifiable information. And then we take it down. Hobbies, driving, mentoring, baking. We want to see who else is this person beyond work. If you're a firebrand prayer warrior, right? Oh, I love to serve God. There's no sin there. So that if that office has, they do fellowship, they will put your name in the register. Somebody's laughing. I don't like it. Why are you laughing? I don't like it. I'm being real here. I have people in my office who are pastors, who are apostles in their churches. And we do devotion in my office. They're the ones that we put to come and give us sermon during devotion. It's a skill. In my office, we have a choir. So you join the choir. Showcase the other side of you. I bake. Let them know from day one that you bake. I don't want to talk about side hustle. Let's leave that. It's another topic entirely. But showcase who you are beyond work. I've talked about all this, your academic achievement. Okay, so if you are a scholar in school, opportunity, first class honors, won the Akin Ogunbiyi prize for so and so during, put it there, your academic achievements. I've talked about your interests, any other information. Most times I say people should leave this blank because when you even now talk too much about yourself, you begin to desell yourself. Just make it short, and then your references. So those are the key elements. Can we remember? Some people have gone as far as now putting an e-copy of their picture on their CV. In the new normal also, you can copy your thread, your link, what do they call it? Your handle, you can put your social media handles. You can even put your profile link from LinkedIn there. So you will see somewhere like, it's a URL that they can connect you on LinkedIn. Now, can I tell us the truth? What I just told you on that CV is what people have put on their LinkedIn profile and has made their LinkedIn profile to be termed all-star. Because now, there are job vacancies posted on LinkedIn that when you say click apply, it will ask you, should we use your LinkedIn profile? And you click yes. So that's how detailed your LinkedIn profile should be. And you know LinkedIn is social media. Please don't lie. When you put a particular organization, because the organization is on LinkedIn, the logo will appear on your profile immediately. If you put a particular school, that you went to a particular school, and that school is on LinkedIn, everywhere you've worked, you see it, UBA, everything to show. And to tell you, 15,000 other people work with UBA. Do you want to connect with them? You can say that they are exposing your lies. So whatever you're not sure of, please don't put it on your profile. Don't put it on your LinkedIn page. Don't put it on your CV. The CV is a verifiable document. Next one, sir. We're rounding up. So when you're writing CVs, what are the do's? Keep it to 2 pages. We don't want too much stories. 2 pages. I've talked about you tailoring your CV to your job. Tailor it to the job. Tailor it to the job. Choose the right CV type. So now, if you go on the internet, you have what we call CV builders. They're available, free. It's a template. I've used only one template for over 15 years now. And I was so lucky, I was led by the Spirit of God, I got the template right. It has not failed me. So go to cvbuilders.com, and you will see all sorts of templates. Now, the templates are there, and they're skewed towards various industries. So if you're going to entertainment, there's a way you can build your CV to have the look and feel of someone prospecting for that industry. If it's banking, if it's academics, the look and feel. The templates are there. So the templates, and so it comes like a form, an e-form. So you get a form that will tell you, put in your date of birth, put in your name, put in your address, your telephone number, click. You just see all that information goes on the template. And to tell you, are you okay with this? And then you want to tweak, you want to adjust, and you've gotten your CV. You've gotten it. So have I made it easy for us? So we have several CV builders websites. Details, make sure you show your details, showing your education, your work. I always also advise on the kind of font we use for our CV. You can't mix it with Times New Roman. Did you get what I just said? There are various font types and Roman. 12. That's one of the most acceptable. Another acceptable one is Arial 10. Another acceptable one is Bookman Old Style 11. Those are the 3 that I know that are professional and is wildly accepted. So don't go and start using cursor and all that. Do we get it? So the font type and size also matters. Let's move on. So as I talked about supporting your claims, I'll be specific, talking about your achievements, your professional qualification. I also talked about your personal statement. Next slide. I think we have 2 slides or 3 slides to go. Next, please. Now, CV writing don'ts. Don't lie on your CVs. Employers can verify. I've talked about that. Things like nationality, age, ethnicity, downplay on it. Don't include your references yet. I told you around that, unless you need it. Don't add fluff. Add fluff now. You don't go and do borders. You put a colored picture. Don't add fluffs to your CV. Don't color anything. Also, I said it, don't explain gaps in work history. We'll talk about that interview. There's a gap, leave it there. Don't give negative information, divorced, single. You know those things. You know what I'm talking about. Don't include jargons unless it is necessary. So Java specialists, you know all those things we use. The layman cannot interpret your language. So don't include jargons unless, don't mention money. Salary range, are you employable? Yes. Salary, you don't put 150,000 naira to 500K. So put on a CV. Don't include money. And also talked about the email. Your email should be professional. Next, please. I think that's my last slide. In conclusion, go ahead. You are your own career architect. You can decide on how your career path will grow if you make the right decisions. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll have questions and answers. If you want to, feel free, let's ask all our questions. I have one here already.
I wish to appreciate you for your presentation, Ma, and I think that it's very interesting and well enlightening. Please, I want to ask a question. You mentioned something like, if you want to come for an interview, you should go and meet the HR first, then before you now face a panel. Please, how does that work?
So like I said, that is what is happening in organizations. The first person you meet at the interview, it should be the head of HR. Not the head of HR, maybe the recruitment manager, but somebody in the HR team. And the reason why we do this is that we don't want to present the wrong candidate to the panel. I've had a case whereby I've interviewed people with a panel, and at the end of the day, I was told, Taiwo, that was sheer waste of our 2 hours. Sheer waste of our 2 hours. You took us here, we sat down, and we could not get any viable candidates. So we want to meet the candidate first so that we can match what you have on your CV with who you are as a person. Another thing we're looking at is culture fit. Will this person fit into our environment? It's not right for HR and the panel members to be meeting the candidate at the same time. It's a form of shortlisting. Finally, we want to use the opportunity to verify what you have on your CV, and I'll tell you how. I work with XYZ Bank. When you're talking to me as head of HR, I will ask you some questions that will let me know at the end of the day, apparently I don't work with XYZ Bank. I'm an outsourced staff. I'm a contract staff in that bank. Can you see how I've been able to ask questions around the information you've given us in your CV? And also, when you meet HR first, we talk around salary. Panel, talking around salary at the panel is a no-no. So I know how much you want to pay for that role. Meeting me first, if we get you in, what are you looking at for salary? So those are the reasons why you need to see HR first. One more.
Does it mean that you deliberately go and meet the head, or HR will invite you to come and see her first?
So that's the first line interview. When you apply for a role and they're calling you in, that's the first line. When you get that interview invite, that's the first line. Let me quickly do this. How can people on their own business apply all the strategies we learned today to move their business to the next level? Fantastic. You know, I told you about branding, and I said that you are who you make yourself to be. So you are not an employee, and you're not prospecting to get a job, but you run a business. The same principles we have applied here, the success habits, you can imbibe them. The same principles around the things to do during the interview or after the interview. Switch it that you are pitching for a job. When you are pitching for a business, you won't arrive there late. When you are pitching for a business, you won't speak incorrect English. When you are pitching for a business, you won't dress inappropriately. When you are pitching for a business, you will communicate excellently. So it's the same thing, just switch out. Those are principles, and they work either way, either as a prospecting candidate or even as a business owner. I hope that answers this. Okay. Can we pass the mic? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ma, for the presentation. And trust me, I'll update my CV once I get home. I have two concerns, personally, what I've experienced in interviews. One is about salary. I want to ask, is it proper for maybe HR or everything, it will ask you to bring your pay slip when it's time for negotiation, when you don't tell me what your budget is? I want to know if it's proper and what I should do in such instance. And secondly, I've had experiences where at the final stage, they will tell me to maybe provide a solution in terms of, okay, we have this challenge and everything that I should go and do maybe like a presentation and all that. And one I just gave a generic thing and he requested for more and I refused. But I want to ask for your opinion, if I'm right.
Okay, so ideally, mark my words, it is not proper for you to be asking for pay slips. Let let me just take it from the back end. Before you see a vacancy posted, a lot has gone on at the back. One of them is role sizing and pricing. We have priced that role. We've looked at the compensable factor of that role. Compensable factor means how important is this role to this business. And we have put a price on the role. That was why I said, when you are talking with HR will talk around salary, the first talk. We're just trying to say, based on what this person is asking for, can we continue this interview? Or this person is too expensive for us. Now, at candidacy, when we're doing negotiations around salary, we're in Nigeria, some companies will say, bring your pay slip. I don't ask for pay slip. Some will even say, bring your bank statements showing the inflow. Those are personal documents and personal information that the candidate may release at his or her own discretion. Have I been asked at interviews? Yes. Have I responded? No. I tell them point blank, I'm sorry. You have priced this role, and if you have what you want to pay for the role. If you feel I meet the skill set requirements for the role, then you employ me. Some will say they want to find out whether you're lying or you're not lying. Let me tell you something. Pay slip is done by who? It's not a machine. If I know somebody in the accounts department and the person is my paddy, please help me to do my pay slip. Just adjust the figures to read ABC. Will I not print it out? No, will I not print it out? And I'm an advocate of don't ask for pay slip because it has worked for me. On 2 occasions, I've gotten jobs that paid me 3 times more than what I was earning. People may have the skill, but may be in a disadvantaged environment. And so, they are not earning what is commensurate to what they are ideally worth. Should we now begin to benchmark them based on that? Some may argue for, some may argue against. I've seen some people say our auditors will ask for it. Audit department will require it. Some will say, want to know whether the candidate is lying or is not lying. All I know and I will say is that you cannot love yourself, you cannot love others beyond how you love yourself. If you're giving me a gift, the kind of gift you give me shows how you value yourself. You've priced a role, please pay. Is it right? But if you're looking for the gift, they ask, please give them. Now, on the second question of presentation, we request for it. We request for it. And they say, come in, you're at the final level, come and meet the board or make a presentation on this particular problem. Please give it. Give them. It could also be a deal breaker. Yes, it's also a way of showcasing your skill. How do we deal with the work experience challenges? 0 experience jobs are scarce. Signs of a fake job interview. Now, I know 0 experience work jobs, vacancies are scarce. You will see minimum 2 years, 3 years. I say offer your services free. I've talked about success habits. Go and meet a company. I read accounting. I'm willing to work for you free. I'm willing to work for you free. They will say, come. And you will spend 1 year. It goes on your CV. 1 year working as 2 years. And I'm telling you, when those companies eventually open up and they want to recruit, you are the first targets. Because you have imbibed their culture, you understand their processes, so you are an easy recruit for them. To gain experience, you need to offer your services free. Success and miracles starts in the place of service. I'm talking about it over and over and over again. I've given examples. I have people in my workspace that came to intern, came to say, I'm available, and today they are gainfully employed in the organization. It starts from there. You need to build the experience. Signs of a fake job interview. When you start seeing things like, first of all, the email comes to you. If you yourself speak correct English, you will observe the typos in that email. You observe the typos in the email. Also, when you see an address, please Google the address. It will tell you whether it's a residential address or an office address. When they don't put the name of the company, but they say come to so and so. It's always in Ikeja. It's always in Ikeja. Are we in Ikeja? Where are we? Ojodu. Okay. It's always around that Ikeja. Go put the address on Google. Google is your friend. Is this address an office location or residential? It will tell you. Please Google list of fake interview centers in Lagos, in Nigeria. Print it out. Make it your own Bible. Once you see the address, check it on the list. You will know immediately the language, the role they're advertising for. And then, like I said, when you have a mentor, run it by them. They can decipher whether it's real or not. Another one says, thank you, madam, for your time. Please, in some jobs, the age range is already stated by the employer. Please, do we just go ahead to apply for some jobs even when we are above the age? Since it's not, please don't apply. If they put the age range there, that means they're specific around it. There's no need. But I'm saying that because the ideal thing is not to put age in a vacancy. Ideally, a vacancy should be put out there with a link. They will say, click here to apply. When you click here to apply, it takes you into their portal. And you will see something like an e-form. It's on that e-form that you put your details, your name, your age, and all that. At the back end, we have already set the criteria for that role, immediately to be sifting out your CVs. When you click submit, you get an email saying, thank you for applying for this role, but you do not meet the role requirements. We will keep your data in our data bank, we will keep your CV in our data bank and contact you for future available roles. Simple. But you know we're in Nigeria, so they put age there. Once they put age, please don't apply. Don't bother to apply. Any other question?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Aramide. I have two questions. Based on mentorship, is it right for you to go and meet someone that you know would like to mentor you, to tell the person first, like, I would like you to mentor me, ma? Is it right? To approach your mentor and tell him or her, like, I want you to mentor me.
How will the person know that you want him to mentor you? But can I say something? It goes beyond you approaching me that I should mentor you. I want to see your commitment. So let's take the issue of Elijah and Elisha. If you even look at their family backgrounds, one was coming from a very rich family. Who was the senior? Elijah. Elisha his parents were millionaires. They were rich. And he was following him. And one was, why are you following me? He kept on following him. He was persistent. At the end of the day, when he was going, what happened? The mantle was given to him. So it's not you just send an email to a mentor, I want you to mentor me. I have someone who shadowed me for 6 months. Every speaking event, she will appear, and I'll be looking at the girl. She will appear. After the event, I just came. God bless you. I was one that now called her. It's okay, come. She was persistent around it. You must show that hunger and that desire. And can I tell you something? For everyone that I've taken as a mentee, it came from the place of service. They will approach me. Ma, I want to be carrying your bag. Ma, that place that you went for, I want to go with you. It comes from a place of service. You will just see that hunger in them, and then you reach out again to them. We also need to understand the philosophy around mentoring. It is not about you giving me money or you collecting money. It's about you identifying values in that person that has made that person to succeed and you wanting to learn the ropes. So it's good, you need to approach that person, but I'm telling you that real mentors will test you. They will test you. I also want to add that, please, we should not play with the power of access. When somebody gives you access into their lives, don't play with it. Don't play with it. Let me give you a story. Somebody approached me and said she wants to be my mentee. We did all these things. She was persistent and everything, and she became my mentee. And she called me one day at 9:45 p.m. in the night. I was busy doing something. I didn't pick her call, but throughout the night, I didn't sleep. 6 a.m. the next day, I called her. Nkechi, you called me. Kilode, any problem? Ask what she told me. I have a friend who wants a place where she can intern. And I said that maybe I should ask you, at 9:45 p.m. in the night, when you could have sent me a text message or a WhatsApp. Because once you say you are my mentee, I have a spiritual obligation over you. I have an emotional commitment to you. And therefore, what concerns you concerns me. So when I see your call, I must say it's important and I will attend to it. But I told her around this that I'm dementing you today. Because I just felt that was an abuse of access to me. Thank you very much. Another question? Today, Nigeria work needs experience. Okay, I've thought about that. This is a long one. Thanks a million. One is 4 in 1. When sending your CV via email, is it professional to copy yourself in the email? Yes, but BCC yourself. BCC yourself. As a follow-up on job search, perhaps you once did your IT in the organization and one of them that you know said you should be sending message every day to one of the top managers that you know. Why will you do that? Look at what you just wrote. One of them said you should be sending email to the top manager. The top manager has not said, send me email. So you are breaching access. That is, you have met him one-on-one as regards the job search. You can be sending the messages of first day of the month. This month, you will flourish, you will shine. Don't ask for job. Next month, it is your month, sir. God bless you and your family. Please don't ask for a job. Maybe 3 months later, sir, a kind reminder on my job request. I am still searching. Have you learned the trick? Should you listen by being persistent in the remainder like every morning? Don't be sending messages. They will see you as selfish. A typical human being is selfish. The person will say you don't love me. It's because you're looking for a job that you're sending me messages. Finally, if you are coming in for an entry-level role, is it appropriate to negotiate your salary? You can negotiate salary, but in a subtle way. Don't put it in the face of your recruiter that salary is paramount to you. But of course, you can negotiate. If anybody asks me what I want to earn, I'll say 100 million. But I am open to negotiations. But for an entry-level role, I will say take it because you need the experience first. Then you can start posing.
Last two.
What last two?
No, you can't do this. Last two.
You have asked the question before, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll take you and the guy.
I'll tell you how we'll take you.
Praise the Lord. Madam, I am grateful for your presentation, and I've learned a lot, and I've gained a lot. So my question goes this way. You said that what we should do before the interview, and one of the points is that we should know our interviewer. And we should learn a bit about their background. Please, how can that be possible?
I told you about social media. I told you about Google. Put the name of that person on Google. Click images. You will see the person's picture there. Click all. You will see either the person's profile, what the person has done in the past. Something about that person will come up. And that's it. You can Google the website of the organization and click management team. You will see the names there.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. My name is Toby. You really exposed the ills in my CV, and I see I've been doing myself by myself. Where you have the top line, the house address. I don't reside in Lagos, but on my CV, just because jobs are in Lagos, then I put my Lagos address. How do I go about it? Because when it comes to you verifying, I guess you would consider location to. So how do I go about
the reason why I talked about your address, residential or permanent home address, is around after you have gotten to the level of candidacy. If we're interviewing you for any role, you might be located anywhere. But a good organization, if they are bringing you from another location, would pay your transport and your accommodation. So that's one. So there's no hindrance around that. But at verification, while we keep interacting with you, a question will be asked around where you reside. On your own, you will tell us. So it's not a negative. It's not a minus. If you put a Lagos address, just be sure that people there know that you have put them as an address, so that some company may do physical interview invites, and they go there to drop. So when they're asking the gate man, I'm asking for Titi Ashiru, and The gateman doesn't know that you have dropped your. You get what I'm saying? Aha. But it's our candidacy and verification that we do that.
Please, let's give her a round of applause again, please. They want to finish using you. Thank you so much, Ma. It's such a pleasure to have you. So while we're in the same industry, even as she was speaking, I was taking notes and I was learning. Yes, I was learning. So thank you very much. Quickly, you agree with me that if we should take everyone's questions, we won't leave here. So, and we already said we're supposed to be done by 2. So what we'll do is this. Please, you will send your questions as emails, okay? We'll give you the email address and we'll forward them to her. So we will follow up with her to get her to respond to them and we'll respond to you. Is that fine? Is that fine? So maybe just to quickly say something. So from my own perspective as an HR consultant, so it's those organizations that pay relocation, they are not that many. Why that's the ideal? But there are quite a number of organizations who can't afford to do that. So what I counsel people to do is, like you're in Lagos now, are you going to sleep over in Lagos? When you come to Lagos for interviews, do you ever have reasons to sleep over? So if you have to sleep over in Lagos, do you have a place you can sleep at? You do. So you have an address in Lagos, and that's not a lie. She said residential. Are you residing there when you are in Lagos? Yes, you are. It's not. Once you stay there, it's your address in Lagos, so you put it and you've not told a lie. Is that clear? Okay, so for the other questions, I'll be reading out the email address that we can send. You can send it right now, and it will be addressed. She will be the one to address it, not us. We'll forward it to her, she will address it, and we'll get back to you. So you could just write this down. Solid Rock Job Bureau, one word. Solid Rock Job Bureau, then figure 2. Because there's a 1 that is for something else. Solid Rock Job Bureau 2 @gmail.com. Solid Rock Job Bureau 2 @gmail.com. Please send your questions. Even at that, you have time to itemize it properly. That's 1. 2. So, in a figure, as a figure, I said, as a figure, yes, figure 2. Also, what we expect you to be sending to that email, because as she was speaking, I was telling my colleagues that I'm certain that quite a number of us would already have things we need to change on our CVs. So there may not be a point to start looking at your CVs right now. So take the feedback take the corrections, the counsels that she has given us. Let's effect those changes in our CVs. Now when you want it to be reviewed, we have people on the bureau who are professionals who can do this. And of course, it will be done free of charge. You send it to this same email, solidrockjobbureau2 @gmail.com. Please put a cover letter. You're not applying for a job, but you're putting a cover letter that I was at this training, I got so and so counsel on how my CV should be written. I've effected those changes, and I would like it to be reviewed now, and then we'll look at it and let you know. We're not going to write your CV for you, but we'll give you feedback again and say, okay, this is fine, you may do this, you may do that, and we expect you to send back. You know what you were saying about mentors and mentees? Someone reached out to me and said, I'd love to be your mentee, this, that. I'd done some consulting work with them before. And I sent her an email, the things I expected her to send back. It took her a year, and I just smiled. She was afraid. She was like, this is so much. So that tells you, sometimes you think you're so serious about what you want to do, but when it faces you right there, then you realize that. So that's a way to know if somebody is serious or not. Also, some housekeeping now. For those of us who aren't yet on the Job Bureau platform WhatsApp group, it would be nice. We would like to have you. However, before admission requirements, you need to go to the church's website, www.solidrockparish.org. I expect we all know it is on our flyers and all that. www.solidrockparish.org. And we expect you to go to the careers page. When you go to the careers page, you would fill a form, very simple form, and then you would upload your CV on it. When that has been done, we get an email that alerts us. Then you can reach out to any of myself or Brother Kunle or Brother Michael over there, and then we'll add you to the group. Now, I understand some people have been added to these groups, either of the two, that probably haven't done this, for security purposes, we'll be removing those who haven't done that already. Because we need to be, the admin, I understand, have to be accountable to those who are on their groups. How many of us know? So if you've not done that, please go to the website and do that. Okay, is that clear? Now, it was as if I believe she was in spirit. I was telling her that she has a grace for this. How many of us agree? As she was just speaking, and we know she didn't have to shout, and it was sinking in. And she ended on a note that made my heart to beat. She said, she showed a picture of a house, right? That you're supposed to build it. And I was coming up to close with the scripture that says, except the Lord builds a house, those that build labor in vain. All these things that she has done, that she has said, you have to commit to do them. However, even when you've written the best, so this is where the part of church comes now. Even when you've written the best of CVs and you've done everything you think you can, you still require what? The favor of God. You require the help of God. And I'm happy we are having this session in the house of God. And we will be praying. Prayer does wonderful things. I wish I'd have the time to tell you the kind of projects that God has given us to do because He favored us. Not because our proposal was the best or because we are the brightest. Right? So I want to, you may not stand up if you will, you can stand if you want to kneel, but I want us to go before God. And there are two primary prayer points. The first is that, Lord, as I'm in your house, as I've come to learn, let your spirit of wisdom, let it come upon me anew. Your spirit of wisdom and favor. Those two things. Your spirit of wisdom and favor, let it come upon me anew. You need this spirit of wisdom. That's similar to the spirit of excellence. Because you need it to excel in anything that you do. You need it to excel. The spirit of wisdom, his favor, the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of excellence. You need it. Daniel had the spirit of excellence, and it was relevant all through his life. As the governments were coming, it was just be relevant. As we are praying, I want us to hear this. Jesus Christ said we should not cast our pearls before swine. And I know even he himself will not cast his pearls before swine. So this spirit of wisdom, this gift of excellence that we are praying for, I am certain he will not give it to someone who has not given his life to him. You may be a church goer, I don't know. You may be even I don't know. But this is an opportunity if you know you have not given your life to Christ. If you know you are not living as a Christian, settle this with the Lord right now. Ask Him to forgive you all your sins. And tell Him going forward, because you need this spirit of wisdom, and it won't come to you if you are a sinner. If you are saying that prayer, you may just raise your hand so we can still pray with you. You can't be ashamed of giving your life to Christ. You cannot be. If you're saying that prayer of repentance and you want the Lord to write your name in the book of life, just indicate. And then the last prayer point. I'd want you to go before the Lord and ask Him for something special. Because you are here, you've sacrificed time to learn. If we're going to pay our facilitator, I don't know how much we'll pay her today. It's a sacrifice from her. So ask for a special, you've sacrificed something already by coming to invest in your life. So ask God for a gift upon you. Let's begin to bring our prayers to a close. For in the mighty name of Jesus we have prayed. Our Lord and Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for making this possible. Please accept our thanks in the name of Jesus. Almighty Father, we thank you for our facilitator, Mrs. Taiwo Abaton. We ask, she has watered, Lord, water her in return in the name of Jesus. We ask that even as you are making her to shine forth, to show forth your name, that our light shall never die off in Jesus' name. We pray that you will continue to go higher. We will continue to see you and be proud of you in Jesus' name. Then I pray for everyone here as well. As you've come to be watered, you indeed will grow. You will excel. That which you've asked the Lord, He will grant it to you even beyond your expectations in the name of Jesus. And you will testify. I believe some of us are probably still seeking employment. I pray, I join my faith with yours now. And I speak the word of the Lord into your life. That indeed you will be favored. And the right job for you, God will provide it. And you look back and say, indeed, you came to Solid Rock and God visited you in Jesus' name. And you will testify to the goodness of the Lord. I commend us all into the hands of the Lord as we go. His presence shall go with us in Jesus' name. Thank you, Almighty Father. Glory, honor, and majesty unto your holy name. In the mighty name of Jesus we have prayed. Praise the Lord.